ISO, I've missed you so much. Wow. Eats you, bites you. Fucking everything's you. So, give me those beans. Was hoping. No, what? Oh, you're so sweet. That's really kind of you. I like seeing you here too. I hope you know you make a difference in my chat. What? There's more? There's leggies and there's pausies. I really appreciate you. Fuck. I'm gonna explode. Thank you. You deserve to be seen. You're super chill. Trust. Mary! Oh my god, look at those beads. I'm gonna say, I hope you're well. It's snowing here. Dude, it's actually cold today. I don't understand what's happening with our weather, bro. Got myself a new with the. You got yourself a new. You got yourself a tattoo? Kalani, are you on your way? Where are you? Who's spelling what on the announcements? So oh oh look, hi Alice. I'm at home. Where were you then? Are you going to the con? I thought what you sent me indicated that you were going. That's dope. Hi Sparta, what's shaking? Dude, it's so good to see you. Goes over to my DMs with Kalani. Also got myself Mongolian. Oh, that's sick. Oh shit, I want a tattoo. I'm not going to it myself, but I could just drive downtown to see everyone. Oh, okay, that's fair. Oh my god, make sure you get food with them. Oh, I gotta connect my, hold on, I gotta connect my software. Alright, I should be ready then. Cats are fun, hurts but fun. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, it probably hurts like a B word, but... I'm on my second coffee. I'm with you. Everyone's so busy getting their hotels. That's fair. Oh, that's good. Tell them hi from me and stuff. Even though I'm sure Sheeb's delivering. Although I haven't talked to Sheeb. I hope he gets there safe. I haven't talked to Sheeb in like... I think he's been stressed with the move. Or not the move, but you know, the trip down. Hope I'm Bunnant and I'm Bunnant and it's your. Whoa! Wait. Let's get DNA test first. DNA test first, Nasra. I swear I used protection. I swear. Were you oh fuck. I was so busy over the weekend. Were you playing 2v8s in Dead by Daylight and did you win? I saw you playing one of my favorite killers, Chucky. He's kind of just so fun. I'm passed out, just woke up. Tell him to come over. I think you've been... I should just save images like this text. I think you've been live enough long enough today. And then like accumulate like any is trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. And sometimes, yeah, you always win. You always win. Dude, Nazar, we killed it when we did it. I don't think my Dead by Daylight. I need to reinstall Dead by Daylight. I might need to. Ah, shit, I do. King Koi want to get fried chicken, but oh no. Hope Nazar won't put her entire tongue down my throat. Why? Smoky. I think that the most is the shading in the white. Oh, the shading sounds like it would suck, Alice. Getting like, oh, that would. I want to see your tat. Wait, Alice, you have a tat? I want to see it. Oh, that's cute though, Naz. I like that though. Hi, Chrono. Aren't you? Wait, didn't you be on your business trip? Was it not me? That'll be a really big file. It's gonna go in my attic. I'm gonna make it and put it up on my base. And I'm gonna put it in my base in Voices of the Void. Chrono tripping ain't none of your damn. just an entire room of attics. I'll make those little. Oh. You know what's funny is, hi Sour, how are you, sweetie? It's good to see you, Duskies. It's funny because now that I understand Voice of the Void, I kind of want to do a new playthrough with like the information and knowledge I know now. Dude, I would be like gracious or anything if the dev even graced my presence from Vatava or sponsored me. I think there are other people though who deserve that sponsorship more than me, but I would shit myself nonetheless. Hope there's one thing you should try and work out before you do. Oh, should I win? So you got, okay, which sucks. That does suck a little bit. You got 2,000 back. Is that a decent amount? I'm sorry, I don't know cars that much, little bit, but is that gonna help you get a down payment on a like decent used car for you? Hope, I walked into my local bar and they had mounted the dartboard to the ceiling. I felt like, wait, they mounted it? Like, hold on, was it hanging from the ceiling or it's actually like on the ceiling facing down at you? 0 crash outs. Wait. I felt like I was gonna throw, oh, I'm so dumb. Duskies, I just read, oh no. I like full on believed you and everything. It's a pun. Okay, Attic, bet. Oh, teach me how to send you my save file too. Zenato, 4 months? That's almost a year. Thank you, Booski. How are you? Hope you're adorable. Zenato, thank you. Faces down on you. Emotional damage. I think I did. Oh, I did a little bit. I did. Oh yeah, can you do that now? Yeah. I have nothing booted up.
Hope twiggly, hope twiggly, hope twiggly.
Perfect, Attic. Post you, Smokey. Post you. Shadow Fox, hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for 11 months. I appreciate you. Wow. I'll put a boot up you. Whoa. Okay, wait, okay, hold on. How do I find my save file? And send it to you? Eating before work? Don't go to work. I'll DM you how. Okay, W. It's good to see everybody though. How was everybody's weekend so far? I had a busy few days off, my friends. What did I do? On Monday, I was actually studying something. because I'm learning DaVinci Resolve, right? And they have a neat feature in it called Fusion, which allows me to it's basically like Adobe After Effects, without the AI and gross subscription fees. So I did that because I want to be a better video editor. And then on Tuesday, I put together a couple of things. I'm still needing to work on my flow and organization, but I'm trying to upload a highlight to my main channel of my YouTube every day. But I made an intro and an outro. I kind of observed a few streamers like Queso and Corgi Cam and Iron Mouse, and they upload pretty frequently like gameplay stuff. So I was trying to do something like that. I heard birth control can really? Oh my god, this week's been a mess at work. Quit work. Aaron, you weren't even how are you were you were you streaming and you just came in to say hi and then you decided to raid? Bites you. Okay, I do know. That's just absolutely hell yeah. Thank you for the raid. What are you like playing on stream these days, Aaron? Thank you so much. Wow. But yeah, I've been busy. I think today a video I scheduled uploaded, and I'm gonna try to upload something today too. I don't know. Man, cozy games now are W. Dude, I want Witchbrook to come out. If anybody's been keeping an eye on that game, it's like Stardew Valley, but like it's Harry Potter minus Stardew Valley plus no, sorry. It's Harry Potter minus the the transphobia stuff plus Stardew Valley. There we go. I got the equation right. It looks dope. Okay, hold on. Local Vatva save games, and then that save file from there, and your save from bin send. What the fuck? So I was sent instructions on how to app data local Vatva saved save games, and then your save file from there, and then your save from there's two. We're watching the anime Mashle of Malkir, and it's like Harry Potter. Yeah, that's the thing. What do you think my son Bo? Will you want and your save from bin? There's nothing in bin. If you really wait, who was it? Somebody compared Harry Potter to another like movie trilogy or was it like that? And it was like kind of the same thing. Bin this. Ugh. Was it like the Philosopher's Stone? I don't know. I haven't consumed Harry Potter content in forever, guys. Except for somebody did. Oh god. It was somebody did a class project in the UK, and they did a frame by frame reenaction of Harry Potter, but it's in their own style. I mean, good. Yeah, true. And that's funny. I forget what it was. I think I showed Attic, but it's like it's low budget. It's so. What about that cool tattoo you just got of Voldemort obliterating it? No. Oh no. Was I supposed to keep that? I don't have that. Friends, I don't have that. That imagery is just funny in my head. It's funny because the actor for Voldemort, I think, was a little like we don't like him. I think he's a little You read this as Voldemort doing that and it works, I guess. Oh, W. Hell yeah, it works. It works. Oh, my foot's itchy. Anyways, today, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. What were you playing? I'm gonna play a room called Which is a Cozy. Oh, make room. Interesting. Okay. I might eye it. What was I thinking? Good afternoon. Good eye. I have to play Mouse PI again, guys, because I got a key through Keymailer to them and it didn't register it, and I'm too lazy and I still need to see if I like the game because I think I like it. Anyways, point is, I have to play some Mouse PI today again. Sponsored by the devs. GG's, guys. And then later, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'll play that for 2 hours, and then afterwards I might play either sledding game. I got invited to play test an MMO. It's not released yet. But I got invited to play test it, so I might check it out, because you know me. You know your girl. You know your girl loves MMOs. Wait, is this a hashtag ad? Yeah, it's supposed to be. Or I'm supposed to put ad in it too, or sponsored, or dude, sometimes the tags don't like fucking read properly. Oh yeah, Kalani, I got invited. So I was really hoping Far Ever was gonna be like a massive MMO, but I think it's like an MMO light, we'll call it. But I got tested, or I got invited to try Scars of Honor and Sneef. And it looks MMO-y. Oh my god, I didn't even check if it had AI. Okay, no AI. Though they haven't disclosed AI. It doesn't look AI, I just, you know, nowadays I feel like we have to scroll to the bottom of the page for like, I'll honor your scars, do it. We call those stretch marks. Is it Ash? Oh my god. Bro, I was a heavy believer in it. RIP all of us who believed in Ashes of Creation, and watching how everybody who believed Ashes of Creation would never like come out are like now like I told you so. Man, it's so ass. Oh yeah, it does look good. Where's it? If I waxed my pussy and got a fat lip, would I queef with a lisp? No time like the present. I'm going to defenestrate. I saw the whole iron. Yes! I hope NTE realizes, like, shame on them. I'm so annoyed because I fell in love with NTE. I truly did. I literally got, like, depressed. Have you ever like get depressed because of a video game not working out or being shitty, or I that was me for a couple of days. Really, I love you. I love you, dude. You're the funniest person ever. Yes, Mizuki, right? Katsumi? Send it to me. I love you so. That was me. Competitive Overwatch in this post is expected. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh, that does count. That Kitsumi. Oh my god. Let the Kitsumi guide you. Alright, we're gonna shoot. We're gonna play my boomer shooter, guys. We're gonna play some mouse PI. We're gonna still chat. Don't worry. Hi, Mead. How are you? I'm so proud of Iron Mouse. Fuck. I'm gonna be the next Iron Mouse. I wanna follow in her footsteps. Bjork. I'm the furry. I just need a purple strand. I need a purple strand in my hair. Yes, Attic. Hope, what flavor? Strawberry cheesecake or a strawberry creamy like flavor? You are bink enough? Yes. Attic, yes, how can I help you? Your Votiva save is so fucked up. Should I can't even oh no. Oh no. What? Should I just start a new game? Your signal? No, the whole game is fucked? Oh no. Oh no, I actually sent you a virus. Wait, what is this game? Consumi? Did you feel stupid, fat, lazy, and ugly in high school? Well, I did, but at least I made a life simulation. A life simulation RPG about it? What is this? Did the game fuck up? Apparently my Votiva game is fucked up and I should probably... Do you think it because it has mods in it? I know, but maybe I want to buy it now. Who knows? Hi, Scully. What is that emote? What is it saying? Well, I put mods in it, right? Duskies, hi. Why the squish? All right, guys. Sponsored content, guys. Sponsored content. I gotta play Eating Hope later. No! That's what it is? Just whoa. Why is that terrifying? I'm so uncomfortable with that. What is that? What is that? A boba. A boba. Oh. What does a boba mean? They're live right now. Who is this person? A boba. Are they a fox? Oh, they're a girl IRL. Really? What is that emote? Nelly, hi! I don't know what a boba is. You here to play child support? What is that? What? It's a pregnant toe? That's why you don't leave the baby batter on them tootsies? Ugh. What's another cursed one? Oh my god. Guys, where do you find these emotes? Oh my god. How do you have... What in the... Wish I was pregnant? I wish you were too, ISO. Are you allowed to say that to someone? I wish you were pregnant. Mouse PI for hire. Okay, guys, you have to help me out. Did the category change to mouse PI? Please. Nelly, hi. Really? Gifted a tier? What it did? W, thank you, W. Really gifted a tier 1 sub to blow a load in me. Oh my god.
Really gifted a tier 1 sub to blow a load in. They have given 19 gift subs in the channel.
Xcal, how are you? Are you at Fwa, Xcal, or are you home? Are you home like me? Are you a homebody? I love how fast that wig is. All right, I'm gonna boot up the game, guys. I've been liking this. I've been liking this mouse PI game. It's kind of W. Nah, home. Stay home with me. Yes. That's good. I have to spend money to fix the streaming rig, dude. I think there's something wrong with my booting stuff. I don't know. I don't know if like I don't know what that scared the shit out of me. But at least drive over. Okay. Can you, while you're driving over, can you come over and just make sure everything in my PC is like okay? Because sometimes I click the power button, guys. Sometimes I click the power button on the PC, and then and the lights on the PC go on, but it doesn't boot. Does that make sense? Like the fans aren't moving and shit, and I'm just staring at a black screen, and I have to like click it again. Like I have to start it up like a lawnmower. For reasons I can't tell you, but when you next play it, DM me. All will make sense. I'm sorry, I was gonna set something. Oh no! Wait, did you figure it out? Just like you, I'm gonna just like you all over your face. Wait, what? DM me and all will make sense. Okay. But like, do I gotta restart my thing? Okay. I wish you would set something up. Okay. We gotta shit on people. You know what? It's funny because this game actually, if anybody has touched or heard of the game Shadows of a Doubt, where it's genuinely a detective simulator, it's that game is so funny to me and fun. You are up in gaming. We can deep dive. Okay. I'm up in gaming. Dear Matto, I love you, Matto. Dear Hope, my question to you is, what is something no one ever asks you about your life but you wish? That's, oh my god, I haven't even like, I don't know. That's a hard question. That's a stoner question. Also, you should all follow Matto. He's my new dad friend. If you like mom vibes, you'll sure love his dad vibes over there. What is someone no one asks me about, but I wish someone would? I did spend a few years being a stoner. I wish Dear Matto would. Yeah, Dear Matto noticed people in the chat. Everybody noticed Dear Matto. There, I solved everyone's issue. But I wish someone would ask me about. Guys, can you answer that question for me? She wishes someone finally ask her to taste her Attic. I hope someone takes the keyboard away from you one of these days. No, that's not a on it. Dig in. How? What is that emote really? He's like, nobody ever wants to give me armpit one huge lick. No one ever asks about my cool stuff. I don't have a Voldemort tattoo. I don't know. I don't know what answer to that question, Mado, because I feel like a lot of the times people do ask me. I'm not a Death Eater, bro. It's meanwhile everyone is asking you to. Maybe my spirituality stuff. I don't know. But it gets deep, and you have to be ready to have like a conversation about your like soul and stuff like that, or like shit. Maybe like maybe like my stuff on like what I believe this like universe is or whatever, and who we all are, and like our purposes in life and shit like that. I like kind of talking about that shit, but I don't usually talk about it too much. I recently got into or have been learning something called Reiki, if you know what that is. I don't know, it's some stuff revolving around that. Because Hope and I are total opposite. That's like the conversation we can have. Because I wouldn't say we are polar. Oh, I wouldn't say we're aggressively so, but we are polar opposites on that. To the point that like, it's hard to have like a no, it's not hard. It's more like, I'll say one thing, but it doesn't like affect Attic. It doesn't really have much of an effect on Attic, and vice versa. In that sense, like if I'm to like, when I do about that stuff, I think it makes us both feel sad afterwards. Maybe.
According to Corny, the entrance should be around here somewhere.
I'm player one. Super. Thank you for asking a question that actually made me had to fucking think for a little bit. Matto, what games are you playing? Wait, Matto, do you like MMOs, Matto?
Where the hell did those lunatics crawl out from?
It's funny though, Attic, because we're still like the bestest of friends. Who's shitting on me? Ammo. Don't fall for it, Matto. Wait, Chrono, I got invited to playtest an MMO though. I might showcase it later today. I have 3,500 on the critically. Oh, do you? I stopped playing. I think I've lost everything in that, but right now I've got an active sub to World of Warcraft and RuneScape. I can't wait to be wrong and you're in the afterlife, bro. What if I'm wrong though? Bro, let her in. She let her in. She didn't know. It's so funny. But what if you're right and we're just standing in the void and you're like, ha, idiot. But even though... Oh, wait, that's a super cute quote. I like that. Okay, to be fair, I haven't logged on in a minute. I did join Neku's guild though. Then you will all be the waste of me time, but I can do it. I also love JRPGs, so I'm not a stranger. Oh, okay. JRPGs are great. I can't wait till Trails in the Sky Part 2 come out or whatever, or the chapter 2, because they're like remaking the Legend of Heroes series, which I wish I honestly played, but I never did. But I guess the remakes are kind of like a neat way to jump into it now. I think I'm ready to take you back. Wait, I heard you're getting chicken right now. Oh, it is Mizuki. It feels good. Hi, nurse. Wait, what does it mean? Say hi to Koi. I thought Sheeb and Barkus weren't there because they slept in. How do I get across? Oh, I can double jump like a dummy. I forgot. Holy toes. Hi, friends. Scully. Blah. Say hi to them. Yeah, say Attic and my entire stream says hi to you, Wei and Sheeb and Koi and Barkus.
An outhouse.
We're not getting chicken.
That's
We
a
did that
long
hours
one.
ago. What time is it? Shouldn't you be enjoying the con? Wait, what day is it? You're there on a Wednesday? Do people go to cons on Wednesday
You're
now?
moving.
I hope your orgy went well. Oh, so chat says, I say hi too. Oh, we're so schlobstering right now.
What exactly were you?
Tell
up to?
Koi I miss Tilted Tuesday some days, and I brought it up like a while back ago, and I was like, yeah, I used to play with my besties, and we would all play League, and it would just be dumb, stupid fun. I've been heading out to go. Yo, get those meds. I love how floppy your gun. Mano, you can't just say that to a person. But yes, my gun is very floppy, thank you. Glorp Slam, just truly a modern day tragedy. Oh, you guys are so funny. What are you guys? All right. Stick him up. How did I miss that uppercut? Damn, I just have too much health. I have no ammo. Where the fat yeah, where the white women at? Where the fat tits at?
Cable jack.
Listen.
Wait, I love that. This makes me want to play, and I forget to say, every time I boot this game up, this makes me want to play the old Star Wars games when it was a boomer shooter. Oh, did I tell you about my horrible blunder with this game? Oh no. Is it too many cheese jokes that the AI journalist wrote about? Is that crazy? I think it's true. I think that's what somebody said. I think there's like an AI journalist at Kotaku. Was it Kotaku or IGN? I forget. It might be IGN actually. Too much water. Star Wars Dark. Yes, you know that one, Chrono. Holy shit. IGN. Rubbery guns. Yeah, the kids love it. The awoobies. Or the fluffies, I mean. Who's subbing? Sovi, you don't gotta sub. You're too sweet. Thank you so much. 73 months? Bro, I've been streaming too long. I gotta rebrand on another channel. 73 months? Oh my god. That's almost a year. Pepple bites you. How? What is that emote? Yes, IGN have no fun. IGN, they said it had too many months in a cartoon game about mice. So she chose, I got married on Star Wars. So she chose the dark side, I see. Chrono Wolf was Anakin and his wife was Padme. Padamame, what, how are you say your name? Oh shit, he's crying. Hey. No, but your guys is the story if like Anakin had fucking 2 cents or like understood things better. He didn't though, sadly. Without IT, and that's so funny. Facts. Yo, Ali, how's it going? How would money? No, not money. Sense now, you dork. Leon! Hi, Maris. How are you? It's good to see you. Help me, Leon. No, I just think if Anakin was a little smarter, it took him. That's wild. He just needed to wake up, bro. He just needed to wake up, bro. Asking a child to be smarter. He was like, he started falling towards like the dark side. Well, how old was he? He was like a young adult though, because he was old enough to get Padme pregnant. Yeah, Ubu Market keychain. No, arbitrary, but no. Although Darth Vader does, like, when he meets Luke Skywalker, it's pretty W. Yo, Resmi, I have fucking ray gun. It's acid. The dark side MP4. Hi, Barry. And his sister was the Wicked Witch of the East, bro. You didn't sit there and tell me that I'm wrong. He wore a crown and came down in a bubble thug. How do I throw this again? Drink the... He was 22? Okay, there we go. Wait, I'm with IG now. You're a detective by liquefying gooners. Sperm marsh can happen. What? What is sperm marsh? Sperm marsh? What is that? It's an octopus. I love him. All right, let's reload all my weapons. The de-varnisher. That's what this gun is called. The de-varnisher. How do I use my detective sense again? Oh, it's M. Drink the most gin. I liked Anakin though. Guys, hot take, but my favorite Star Wars movie was episode 3. I know some people didn't like that one, but it's one of my favorites because my... Oh shit, wait, now that you brought up Rogue One, okay, let me fix my sentence. My Star Wars in like the trilogy or whatever, episode 3, my all-time favorite Star Wars movie is absolutely Rogue One. Rogue One was absolutely insane. Oh, is it Mizuki? Remarche and menarche is the medical term for... Oh!
Get that running again.
Whoa. I thought a lot of people hated episode 3 for some reason. Oh, I don't have a gun. GG's. That's our mainline. Yeah, Rogue One is amazing. Hope covering everyone in white sticky stuff. Is it white? Now I gotta look at the gun again. It is drippy a little bit. Oh, I guess you are right. Oh my god. I love the Darth Jar Jar conspiracies. It's funny because they made that a thing in Fortnite, and that makes me laugh. What's a hot pepper?
Hello, Jopka.
Jopka, 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 Jopka. Sticky white acid. Yeah, Leon, how did the sketches go yesterday? How do I pull out my dynamite? Oh. 7 done. Super proud of you, dude. I'm sorry. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to they have a Star Wars game. Well, they have like a several modes in Star Wars, like a Battlefront mode, a hide from Darth Vader mode. But the one I'm addicted to, is a droid shop simulator.
Now, what the absolute?
Finally just resolve the pothole. Yeah, Mizuki, right? Whoa! Attic, why does this look like your ex?
What sort of devil's trickery is this?
Youch!
Nope, don't want any of that. Not even one iota.
Zoe! I love you! How you been? Oh, I'm out of stamina. Where's the hot peppers? I love you more. Wow, there's a code for people who play NTE for you. No, there isn't. But I kind of dropped it a little bit because the AI stuff. I'm waiting for NTE's response. I haven't played for a minute, but I wasn't sponsored by them. Hope, can you make your whole stream black and white for me? I don't know how to do that. Zoe, you're so W. Yo, Berlin boy, hi. Been a while, yeah. Asriel, what's shaking? Dude, this boss fight would be so over if I had those hot peppers and I could punch with them. It's a whatchamacallit. What? If I want to know how? Is it like a color correction thing in OBS that I could do? Well, you're so pargers. Timbers, hi, lovely. I hope you have a beautiful day. Thank you so much for the lurky. Ow! Stop! The robot's so sad. You've got this, my thirst.
Mozzarella on a stick. This thing looked an awful lot like Steve's old stage girl.
You're so funny, Zoe. I miss both of you. Was way far away. How have you? Wow, Berlin. You were far away for a very long time. No, I'm here. Right click your scene you're using right now. Add a color correction to the whole scene. Remove saturation.
Master.
Right click the scene I'm on right now. Add a color. Where? Filters? Color correction. Like this? Is this better for you?
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard. What's the point of doing this though? Amazing. Zoe, how has streams been? What games are you playing, Zoe? I just wanted to see the cat black and white. Oh my god. Let me reload all my guns.
Master, would you kindly? I mean, I knew you would come, but
Barbecue, keep dancing.
I have.
Keep dancing for me.
Come.
I have gum.
Look, Pim, I know it's your job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
Like a real cow. Dwayne, I'm not a cow. Moo.
That's quite big.
All the spins. Attic wants to see every redeem in black and white. Go. Okay. Oh, do we gotta go kill Igor? Let's go. That's very big. Impressive. I need more. If you're coming right now, I want to see it.
The walls sing to me.
Get shit on. Your ass. What does the cheese do? Does cheese heal me and I just haven't been like realizing that? Hope's Discord DMs fill up suddenly. No! What did I do? No, don't DM me. I'm joking.
Okay, that definitely did something.
I remember Hope's Algie. Do you still? Which one, Pearl? That's gonna be. Holy. Which? How old? How old? Because I had like. I probably do, unless it's the face ring one, which I don't. And no one should remember the days of my face ring. Nope, was a Talon, you know me then? Holy.
The sun was.
I've seen the clips. Oh, what? Wait. Do you mean the face ring one? They were so good. So tasty. I knew of Hope in her previous name, but didn't watch her much. Only if I got rated in. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Was I that ass? I'm joking. The weirdly hyper realistic one, yeah. Oh, do you like it, Nelly? It's actually kind of fun. Oh my God, Talon, I'm not a cow. Which one? Berlin. I need to know. I vaguely remember. Which is it? Is it the old ass face rig one? Or the one where I'm like basically a Pandaren? Or was I like a Wagon? Or a Nova Beast? That's okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, Pandaren? No, that's okay. That one was fine. That one was fine. I had an old face rig one, which was like real, like, as Attic described it, hyper realistic raccoon looking thing. You married a Nova Beast? Is that allowed? 5 years? Holy shit. Hello? Anybody here? Let's cheese it, as they say. Novi, stop. Novi Wan Kenobi? That's so funny. Dude, do you think Obi-Wan didn't right? Obi-Wan would have gotten Biz though. Oh yes, he did? You think so? Don't ask. Oh my God, Berlin. Let me think if it does you. No, I like you, but I must do chat behave. Okay, lock in Attic. Lock in GL. Attic finishes uni soon, I believe. She has to do finals and she's done. What is this? It's a hypno frog. Hello? Whoa!
Another one.
It's a whatchamacallit again.
3.
Only slaughter. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's terrifying. She wants me. Ouch! W. Is she on?
Mine's already gone, sweetheart.
Honestly, she made that easy for me, setting up the grenades. Oh, there was a hot pepper here. That would have been so fun. Deji, thank you for the work. Aqua board, thank you, sweetheart. Let's just say I'm retired from all of that. Oh, you have to behave yourself? You're forced to? No, you're fair. Oh, did you settle down, Berlin? Did you settle down? Did you find yourself a schnookums? Oh my God, I love peanut butter. Hopey looking Duskies. What does that mean? There's a character in Clone Wars that Obi-Wan had a previous. He straight admits her that if she had asked him to leave the order, he would have. Whoa, really? That's so cute. Stop, Chrono. Another boss battle? Where does it want me to go? Use the outhouse? I was literally just here. Doing that to Hope? What? I love, it seems, yeah, I'm trying to get better at like everything. Like master like your prez we see Anakin learned it. Stop, Chrono, you make me want to play the Old Republic, like the Star Wars MMO, and have my own Star Wars adventure.
A mess, Steve.
Not Saldana, but I am with the person I'm going to stay with. Oh, that's so cute, Berlin. That's so cute. I'm so happy for you, sweetie. Oh, what a mom stream, and Twiff gave no invitation. Oh, as you know. What's new, Drinwin? Hi, Drinwin, though. I love you. I hope you're doing well. Mouse bots, how do yo, Stephen Mucario? Oh, you see that person with such disdain. I look at you with such disdain. You remind me of that All-American Reject song. I'm good. Yeah. Yeah, Savi, yeah. I'm doing well, Steven. How you doing? I think, oh, meeting, gotta go. GL. GL. I am an All-American Reject. Yes. When darkness turns to light, it ends tonight. It ends tonight. Just a little shot won't make this right. My bae is the first one who is not a furry. Oh, are they like furry adjacent? Are they chill with you? Being a furry? I'm sure they are. I don't think being a furry is as like taboo anymore, you know? Yeah, no worries. Good luck, Savi. Yes, very. Hell yeah. Play a bit of Overwatch after 5. Oh my god, and you didn't invite me, Steven? I'm joking.
Now, is this one of those moments in life when my endless plumbing repairs actually pay off?
That's the sad one. I prefer the other sad one. When you see my face, I hope it gives you hell. That one. Or swing from the table. My heart is scratched from the former love. So you're saying, I want to game with you at some point. Do you actually? Oh my god, a girls could ever be so lucky. Angel does some in my past and he tamed me so. I don't think I know who Angel Dust is. I have a feeling it's a has-been hotel character, or they're one of from that one, right? Those shows, it is? Oh, okay. Get me out of here! I'm claustrophobic! Are they nice? Or are they mean in that show?
There's gotta be some evidence here. More goals. Fantastic. Sweep the floors, he said.
Is the femboy porn star? Oh. Is he nice to other people or mean to other people? Angel Dust is hot, is he? I don't even know what he looks like. Thought there was someone down there, but I guess not. He but does care. Oh, that's nice. He can be nice. Okay. W Angel Dust then maybe? Does Angel Dust get a W or an L? Or I mean, it's all right.
Even for Steve, this is.
Have you looked? I do. I want it. I think I'm gonna pick it up when I get paid. I requested from the devs a key code, but I don't think I was able to score one, so I gotta behave myself. He gets a W, 3 W's. W Drinwin, hell yeah. I should try on Lurk it because I request off Keymailer because I saw it there. It looks good. Have y'all like played Deadass Disco? I played the demo. And the demo was massive. The demo went hard. Too late to fight. It ends tonight. What is this? The mission giveaway keys. Street Conan Exiles enhanced. Is this good? Oh, is Conan Exiles like so? That's that big ass. They have a new. Do they have a new game? I kind of wanted to play it again. Oh, I own it. I already own Conan Exiles. Well, buff the graphics for it and other bugs. Oh, hell yeah. I cleaned up but it was difficult with my base hit. Oh, that's cute, Berlin. I'm happy. Fighting but as a boss rush rhythm game. Ooh. Is Conan's fun? Do y'all mess with it? Yo, wait, if y'all like it, I might be able to like, I would have to stream Conan, but I could get like keys to give away. I wonder if I could join the mission. They'll like if I stream for a total of 3 hours. Don't they have peepees in here? Hi, Chewy. I was watching a friend play the game as their... Oh, I've seen people put their custom models in it. I just don't know how to put mine in. Thank you for checking in, everybody. Yeah. Maybe I'll join this mission. I'll join it. And if they hate me, I'm sorry. My mission kit. Okay, video tag, Twitch, enter. Oh, I joined it. So, guys, if I stream Conan Exiles in the near future, I could get like random keys to give to people. I think. Hold on, I came here for Deadass Disco to see if it was on here. Early access launch, view key campaign. Yo, let me in. Request code. Okay, there. I requested a code, so I might get it. It might not be your code, but who knows? I'll try it. You know, if by the time 3 hours hits, I'll know if I like it or not. Is the thing. Post stream the Dune Awakening. All right, let's play more mouse stuff. No, I think they just rebuffed it. The Conan Exiles game, I think they they buffed it up. So like better graphics and stuff. Is single player fun, or should I like? Maybe I could give multiplayer a try.
That's on me.
Can people just randomly join me and play? Oh, that's fair. A classic love story. I love it, Berlin.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
well,
built.
The only degree I got is a pedigree in shootouts.
A pedigree? Oh my god. I could also show you my foot. Oh, it's all of her fucking mechanics combined. I had to give her the old walloping. RC4 artist, heavy breathing Mizuki. Yeah, we won! You do co-op and have a server with a lot of people? Oh, that might require me to buy. How big? ISO, do you know how big the multiplayer is? It would do so well, right? This game feels good too. Like they poured their passion. The devs poured their passion in this game. No worries, I didn't mean to like our
Coast Guard papers. Arrival signed by a Vaughn.
They really did? Yeah, they freaking cooked on this game.
Time to find out why.
It's got a whole detective segment, which is pretty cool. Although, as somebody who really likes, the shooting part of the game, I kind of just get excited to like bounce around and boomer shoot. Noir is one of your favorite. Ooh, piranha fish.
Guess Scenario wanted a little update. Lucky her.
Oh yeah, we're working with like a I can't even find who it is. What is this? Ballistics, clip not packing the payload. You're tired of fire by a longer barrel or a quick. Oh,
The hell was she
guns? Wait, is that like upgrades to my guns or what's in here? Who's
thinking? Are
this?
you out of your mind, Tam? Announcing something like that?
Oh, she's building guns.
Like, what?
That little notice you posted. Banging genius. What kind of talk is that even?
It's about.
I'm happy now and so good. W.
Yeah,
That's the important part is you're happy and your partner's happy.
And noteworthy gains.
More bullets, better aim.
you know?
Give me.
You're old. Been
You're
working on
old.
it since my wetlands days. You
Four
bring
players,
schematics,
25
pattern,
official
and
service of
bang!
25.
Your gun's upgraded.
Degraded per. Oh
wow,
yeah, that's
amazing came up
true.
with a banger ad. More bang for your buck. Huh?
This game is filled with puns.
It doesn't quite,
What? A
no, but
jack!
it's good. Great. Even, I'll use it like crazy. Like, right now, in fact. Young adults. Sheesh.
Give the bang a shot? So this upgrades your shit. Dude, the boomstick is already the best gun in the game. I feel like I want to pour my soul into the boomstick. Fires 3, wait. Increases damage, clip size, and max. It reduces spread and recoil. I'm always a fan of the pistol. Oh, and that's what you spend your blueprints on. Is this relatively new? Yes, this game came out a few weeks ago, couple weeks. For your buck teeth, yeah. Charges up and fires a more powerful shot. That might be good for bosses. Bullets pierce the recommend. Oh my god, Dashkish. Sticky blob of acid. Oh, these are all actually really good. Hi, Richard. How are you? The Meister, after one shot, should be able to kill like any regular. Let's put it. Reduces spread. Oh, 5. Okay. There we go. Oh, it gets like, oh my god, it actually upgrades. Like you get like a.
Hey, you ever stop and think how things would be if you hadn't tossed my stepdad into the
That you
slammer?
prefer
Easy there, kiddo.
boomsticks.
Let's pump the brakes
I
on the
do.
existential crisis.
What is that emote?
I made my peace.
Ah,
okay?
da,
I
da.
was
Oh
just
my
wondering
god, you have a
what-
fan and everything. That's so
Sorta.
cute.
Kinda.
Richard, it's good to see you. Okay. We gotta find Wanda, the reporter girl, to tell her about some leads. I don't think I need to buy anything. Oh, I should buy all the newspapers, honestly, just collection purposes, you know. It is what it is. What are the, oh, these are cards if I wanted to. I'm mid on the card game in this game. It's fun, I guess, but it's not my favorite thing to do. There you go.
Well, don't leave me hanging, Jack. Did you see the secret lab? I got no.
My stick, dude, go boom. Are you
Hold
sure
on to your
about
thoughts,
that?
Wanda, 'cause that place
course.
is nuts. Robots.
I need more
experiments,
Drinwin
stuff
art.
don't
I want to
have
see more
names
cool
for.
Drinwin
How
art.
the hell did Steve afford all that?
money,
Ugh.
Jack. The guy was filthy rich. Now tell me, did you find him? His body?
No.
Body, but he did try to.
Yeah, he tried to recruit his lady.
Create Betty Lynch.
The dead starlet?
Yeah,
She used
draw
to be a stage
more.
girl before Tinsel Bros snapped her up, right? Wait. What do you mean?
I need to put you guys. I need to add more people
Guess
to
an
my.
accident hit
I
him
haven't
harder
forgot
than
about
you knew.
Tomodachi
Hard enough
Life.
to make himself a
I promise
robotic
if you put
replacement.
yourself on that list, I'm slowly adding you.
Ew.
That is, ooh.
Open a
Calling me
golden
creepy is like
bikini.
saying
What does
Waller
that
boys are just
mean?
Kinda into blue cheese.
Deep issues aside, got any real leads on Bandle? Come on,
Dude, I need a
Jack, spill
punk
it.
bikini.
Well, this might be bigger than we first thought. I
Dude,
found
they
traces of
they
Steve's
do,
dealings
don't
with,
they? They're
a
mousies. They're in the
technophile
style
group,
of
I
old
think, a bunch of
Mickey.
weirdo mad
Do
scientist
it.
types.
What are golden
interrogate any of them?
bikinis?
They were long gone, but they did leave a trail of cheese crumbs.
There was something called
And what they were
Golden
working
Week. What do you
was
do
out
on
of
Golden
this
Week?
world.
Ugh,
Besides
please.
drink your
Sounds
own
like
piss.
more Bandle smoke and mirrors shrew crap.
No, this was something else. Eerie.
Eerie.
Pale, stiffening. Kind of stuff that makes my fur stand on end.
Wow.
Yeah,
If it rattled
I
you,
so you've been summoned.
maybe
You
there's
get a
something to it.
straw. Get a
So,
straw right
what's the
now.
plan now?
It's Golden
Not
Week,
sure
I
yet.
saw
I need to
apparently.
think, rethink,
Vega!
go over
Yo,
all the
Vega,
clues
I
I
saw
got,
you
maybe
playing
poke around elsewhere. I'll keep
Scars
in
of
touch,
Honor.
Oh,
Did you touch it that much or just mab or like have you yet to like fiddle around with it? Wear a golden color bikini. It's so fuck. Oh god, is it? The girls wear gold color. Whoa! Okay, so it's from China, and girls wear. It's spiky, yeah. So if I hug you, you get stabbed. Yo, I found the movement tech in this game. Jump, crouch, jump, crouch, jump, crouch. And doesn't take any of your stamina. New movement tech just dropped.
Mind if I borrow a minute, sport? There's another issue I wanted to talk to you about.
Sammy Harder, oh my god, ultra kill movement. Not dealing with that. I should check it out. I kind of want to check it out, but if it's as leggy as you say, I'm gonna cry.
Jack. I'm simply concerned for our little brother.
Who?
I see there's been some weird
I wanted to take a peek at Forever.
Disagreements?
Nelly, I'm so sorry.
No.
If you've seen Forever, Vega.
Disinfectants? No way.
Above the required, that's
Something better than
insane.
Spike these stuff.
Just
What
so.
is that emote?
Anyway.
It's a dinosaur.
So, it's probably nothing, but might check out Clergy Row. See if the air is thicker than usual.
Okay, let's pin our lab clues.
Unravel, schmunravel.
Schmunravel. Oh yeah, it's all still connected to this missing magician.
See.
I keep forgetting that we're still like trying to find bro. And that there's cultists involved now too. That robot kind of a baddie? Oh, do you do like a, not like super. So like if you want Detective Simulator, play Shadows of a Doubt. And this game, this is more piecing the story. You kind of like get to go over your clues you've collected and what's happened. But you find out that he has a secret lab. And there was an assassination attempt on this guy, which we prevented. But yeah, it's this whole, it pins it for you. I thought it would have been cool if we got to like try to figure it out for ourselves, but I don't know. Ancient lizard. Lunavatar, you know what he said? I love you more than your avatar. That's super cute. It's why I love ARG. Oh my god, ARGs are my favorite. If somebody can find me a good ARG to play, oh. Chewy fishy, what is that emote? Hi Sharp, how's it going, dude? It's good to see you. My whole life is ARG. Oh my god. Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Lizard.
Oh my gosh. Gosh. Yo, take care. Have a good day at work.
And peek into the row.
Please, I didn't do nothing.
Oh shit. Oh, I didn't mean to kick.
Don't hurt me, officer. 'Twas just a little cheese stick on the sidewalk.
Easy, pal. I'm not a cop.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
no. They're rounding us up.
What?
Wham.
Spin all day at work. I didn't do nothing. Okay, yeah. Bam. Oh shit.
Look like a cop, talk like a cop, but
Wasn't really a cop. Real.
what the hell is going on here?
Okay, so cops are taking over, brainwashed. Let's check them out. What is that emo Duskies? Variwa. That is right.
Anyone home?
Blueprints. We need those to level up the power of our weapons. I gotta figure out what this alt fire is because we got new stuff for our guns. Wow. Oh. Yeah. A rubber hose. A whole. Oh, it's right click.
The police blockade. They sure went big on this one.
Hope, I'ma give you my sickness. Ready?
No!
Guys.
No! Oh, should we start the panda during noises? Yeah, probably. I don't know why that's been my new vocal stem. Oh my god, I'm getting my ass kicked, guys.
These cops carry badges. But holy moly, they were more like mobsters.
I don't know if you had to invite your sister to know. Oh, do you have at least friends you can hang out with, Berlin, and stuff like that? Dude, my HP is 24. You see the little flag waving? I have 24 armor though. But I forgot I could gobble down cheese and drink from this gobble juice. What's wrong with the police, guys? They're part of the mafia now. What's the point of shooting here over here? Jeez, what the Sigma 6-7? Ha ha ha.
The actual cheese stick. Is the whole district this nuts? I need answers fast. And I
But
need to
that's
get
how I
the
went through. That's
Cornelius
fair.
telephone.
Ah,
He's gotta hear about this
Mizuki.
madness.
Why are we screaming? Ah! Holy shit! That almost ruined me! Dude, the fact... The train is stressing me out. 69. I can't escape the number. 69. Is that better? Dude, it did. Like, I was just so lucky that I just jumped. Acceptable. I'm willing to take... Oh, fuck. What... Guys, when are we getting a new Shrek movie? Did you hear that the old plot of the new Shrek movie, like they scrapped this plot, but apparently it was supposed, like Farquaad was still alive And he makes a wish, or he somehow gets to the real world, and the Shrek characters all travel to the real world, but it got scrapped. But they scrapped that plot. I don't know how or why, but yeah, it was gonna be another like Chewie. Why? It was gonna be like a Who Framed Roger Rabbit or whatever type of movie. I think I did, Fristy.
Yeah, that backpack is stuck totally by accident. That's so good I should get 3 points.
Found it. What am I eating? Wait, who's the guy who eats spinach? Am I Popeye? It's Popeye time? There's a Popeye reference in this game? What is this game? Popeye Arms, I did it. Kaiju, how was your stream last night? I can't remember what you were playing though. I'm sorry. Let's check for the right at the saw him as a ghost. Oh shit. How could there not be true? Maybe you're right. Cox. Oh, Kirby Air Riders. I wish they allowed you to co-op online. Last I checked, you couldn't co-op online in that game. Like, as in play against other people and do like a whole free-for-all. If you're co-oping, you either have to play as a team or like go against bots. Stella, I'm here, I see you. When did we get Betty Boop references? Oh my god, that's true. Dude, I used to mess with Betty Boop. I actually liked her. You can pit each other's on team. Stella, come for a hug. Dude, I would destroy you. Kaiju, I would ruin you at Kirby Air Riders. I was born and raised with Kirby Air Ride. I live and breathe Kirby. I am Kirby, bro. I like to see you try. How's because I'm doing well. I'm squeaking all over the place. Getting my cheese stick everywhere. As you can see. Whoa, pink. Whoa. Dang it, Stella, no. Hi, Lionheart, how are you? I've upgraded my weapons too. Pink. Stinky Pinky. Oh, is she considered Betty Boop? Wait, you may have saw it. You already saw it, I think, Trinwin. It was the boss we fought today, then. I didn't realize she was actually a Betty. Oh, I guess she was a stage performer. Touche. Just shoot it. Spiky single use from. What is that? Oh. Get shit on your ass.
Let's see if I can get to the station without ending up in a ditch.
Oh, I was like, what kind of jump am I trying to make here? You gonna play Fortnite at some point? I played a little bit. I don't usually stream it though, 'cause it's kind of like my non-stream game. It's important to have non-stream games to help relax you. That and my attention span is small. Like I play Fortnite like only like a tiny bit, and then I'm like, all right, I'm ready to hop back into RuneScape. 1v1 me where? Where, Steven? What's Dusk at? What are you guys getting an ad for? Minecraft. Wait, I gotta play. Mega was here. Did I say hi to Mega? I think Mega showed up, and like a shitty friend, I didn't say hello to him. Oh my god, I feel so okay. So Mega's been putting together a mod pack folder for me to play around with.
The easy way, the quiet way, or the stinky way.
I feel so bad. I feel so bad. I'm gonna text him and be like, I'm so sorry. But anyways, I've been meaning to play
in more ways than one.
I've been meaning to play more of his mod pack that he made for me. Trinky, how are you? Having people hit on me, like I said, it's peaceful now. Some bar worlds are fun. I'm kind of over. I don't usually party in VR chat anymore. I like playing games or like world exploring, hanging out. I don't know. The bar worlds are cool in a sense, and what you can like, and like what you can make, like mixed drinks. I like playing with like the coffee system too. You know, like the VR chat worlds that have like the whole like coffee stuff or whatever, and you can mix like drinks. I can't see shit. I turn on the flashlight. I just like playing around with that stuff. Oh my god, I feel bad.
Hey, you! In the trench coat! Get me out of here! I'm with the good cop!
Oh, I can tell the other ones are bad, all right.
What is all of this? Gimme, gimme, gimme. What? What does that do? Serve?
All that elementary math finally paid off.
I miss playing the gas station game with Attic. No, I played it was an alien gas station game. I forget. What's it called? Roadside Research. Miranda, I don't even know her. Is that a joke on the Miranda rights? Is that something only in the US, guys? Or is that like everywhere? I'm Canadian, so I don't know. Oh, have a good, yeah, peak. I think so, yes. Okay. Rush me. Miranda Wright is US. Canada. You're Canada. W ISO. W knowledgeable ISO. Six, seven. I can't save? Oh, because I
Very well, times change. Used to be a police station, now it's a police corporate office.
Yeah, destroy corporations. What is that emoji? What do you think? Oh, we might have something similar. That is fair. I imagine we do. I don't know though. I don't know what it's like to be arrested in Canada.
Well, that's funny. He's got the look of a cop, but not the precinct stink.
Ah, my face is itchy. Don't get her. Oh, I don't plan to. I don't plan to. Cops just give you like a slap on the wrist here. Like, oh, bud, you've been driving a little fast. Keep an eye on the speed next time, bud. Like, okay, I'm sorry, sir. I won't do it again. They're like, yeah, I don't want it to pull you over. Although you sometimes find some cops here who are like, we call them just trying to meet their quota, and they'll give you a ticket just to meet, like, if they, you can kind of tell if a cop has a quota or whatever to meet, if they're like kind of like, here's a ticket, goodbye. It does nothing.
Crooked cops.
The F5 key does nothing.
No one could know. Well,
nobody knows. Is that
cops.
a Tommy gun? Can I have it? Bro, and my Tommy gun. Ha ha. Prove it? No, I can't. It's a trap. You have to trick me into shaving it. Why can't I save? Who's being evil to me? Okay, guys, I can't die. I actually low-key can't die or else it's ogre for me. All right. We have to escape the district.
Ah, hell. Time to move.
I do like how you get multiple weapons in here. What is that? Oh, it's a thing to shoot. I love how wobbly my gun is. Oh, it's James gun. That's so funny. It's not called Tommy gun. It's apparently James gun. Invincible wobble edits. Yeah. Dude, I want to watch. It's Invincible, right? The superhero movie? People say it's good and I kind of want to try watching it. Invisible's a really good series. Hell yeah. I'm on my way to I haven't started the last season, but I'm trying to finish The Boys.
Corny fast.
I'm on season 5 of The Boys. I've watched season 1, 2, 3, 4, and that was pretty good. Let's watch it on stream.
It didn't seem like much at first.
I might get banned if I try. Yeah, it's my gun, James. I love it.
Felt like I stepped right on a buried mine. The mess with the
It's wild.
Well, Ruckus don't seem to cut it.
Ruckus. Oh, baby mouse
I
cries.
was in too deep. Way deeper than I signed up for. Stilton.
It is intense. It is intense. The boys. It has a lot of like. Yeah.
Back out.
I mean, copyright wise, though. They're being fully saturated until at least 2040. I like it. Evil Superman.
Gotta fill everyone in, not just Stilton.
I love whoever is the actor to Homelander. I absolutely love, because that actor is a low-key kick-ass. Anthony Starr, he's really good. Wolfen, oh my god, I miss you so much, boo. How are you? Oh yeah, we got a map of the sewers we found here. He sells. Oh yeah, he makes it a wonderful villain. J.K. Simmons is Omni-Man. Oh, okay. I mean, the guy from The Boys ISO, Homelander. His facial expressions and his... Wolfen, what is that emote? What did I do to deserve that?
If what you're saying.
1 second, I want to see if I actually got accepted to play Deadass Disco soon. No, I didn't. No, that's fair. Hi, Wolfie. How are you? Oh yeah, he spawned so many meme. It's. I didn't even know a guy like that could exist. But he does, apparently.
It's true. This is most concerning.
6, 7. Either being oversaturated may also be a factor as to why I have no idea what SS. I have no idea what that stands for. Before you join, oh my god, 2023. Was I nice? I hope I was fucking nice back then. I wonder if I was what if I was a shitty person back then? Comey without a paddle? Oh, I kind of like Suicide Squad. I never watched it, but I'm always been a fan of what's her face? The hot girl in Suicide Squad. Soup and Nuts, the newer. Oh, so he can refill my ammo. Harley Quinn, yes, daddy. Dude, I'm cruising through these missions. Harley's so sick. I've always been sweet. Aw, thank you. I think I've grown as a person in like those past years. Dude, the James Gunn rocks. I actually want to save up though. I could get their increased, at least slightly better versions of the original guns. Oh, see, the Tommy gun nozzle glows now. What are we? Oh, we gotta head to the old subway. What time is it? It's almost 2. Maybe I'll fit in one more mission. I'll always upgrade you, dude. Maybe I'll fit in one mission. I might want to try sledding game a little bit. I don't know. I'm feeling like a ADHD gaming type of day, you know? So I'm making hella progress in this game, so I'm half tempted to like play the shit out of this game today to get closer to finishing.
The underbelly was.
He's the CEO of DC. Oh my god, that's so funny.
Either way, it stank worse than a campaign.
All right, let's eat a pepper.
to find the missing shrews. I had to push through.
Hope, I'm gonna touch you. Why? That's so fun. What did I do? Wait, aren't you sick? Wait, somebody was sick in here. Who was it? Don't touch me. I don't want to get sick. You're not allowed to get me sick. Because I'm sick. Ah, no! Firemind picks you up by your collar and lifts you up. For the last time you will get me with that joke. What a fool you are. Me walking into your trap. I've been blah. Oh my god, you haven't been sick in over bro, how? Your immune system is an entire military down in there. It's GG's. Impossible, Thanos.
More cheese leggers here than a midnight raid.
Lots of cheese leggers. So that is a clue. Something smells. I try hard to avoid it. That's it. Joke's on you. I'm your workout, the deadlift now. Oh my god. I did a workout last night. My attention span sucks for like the cooldowns, but like they've been helping me not be sore after workout, and I love it. Oh my god, but did heckin' workout destroy me last night?
These cheese leggers in on the shrew racket.
They were like,
find someone higher up.
So you're gonna do a plank, right? You're gonna do a plank, but instead of the plank on your arms, you plank on your hands, so your like body is straight, and then with your arms extended. And what you do is like you lift one hand up, twist, and raise to the sky, put it back down. Then the opposite side, raise to the sky, put it back down. And I'm like, bro, my arms suck ass right now. I can't fucking lift my own body. So I had to regress to like regular planking. But then even the next exercise after that was another variation of a plank. And I'm like, my arms are dying, bro. I'm like, it was shoulder tappers. So the same planking position, but like you lift up and tap your shoulders. And I'm like, which is like, I think was like a little easier than the raising one, but oh my god. My rotator cuffs are screaming, right? We gonna work on getting you a butt. No, I'm trying to lose weight. Wait. Let me lose the garbage weight first, and then let me like tone myself or something. Oh yeah, I've been right now I weighed myself. I'm 259 still. My weight loss is kind of like slowing down a little bit. I don't know if I just need to add more fitness in, but my diet has been actually pretty okay. All the other Viltrumites are scared of me. What does that mean? What is Viltrum? Alice, hi, thank you for the 100 bucks. Am I even allowed to say that word? Hello, is somebody in here?
No sign of the shrews. Either they vanished into thin air, or I've been chasing my own tail again.
I'm gonna chase my own tail. No spooky. Stick with it. Can't take time, but permanent lifestyle. Yeah, that is true. That it does keep it off too. Me on a weight loss. Hell yeah, Alice. I just wanted to be healthier because I talked to my doctor and I was like falling in the maybe diabetes range, and I just want to, I don't know, when you get older, you start like thinking about your health and stuff like that, and journey and what's good. And so I was like, I'm probably still gonna always be slightly chubby. I hear folks like a slightly little chubby girl, you know, but at least I can like be healthy, you know. One-liners, yes, Mizuki, right? Alice, you're heckin' cute. Really dice you to Dirk, what is that? Oh, Dirk magic. I had pneumonia that took me. Oh my god, no, dude, Berlin. We back and basically done with work. Oh yes, now you get to chill, broski. I lost weight. I'm live healthy or happy, not that's fair, that's fair. True, Alice. That's the thing, like I don't want to die sooner. Apparently like all that stuff leads to like just like future problems as you get older, and I just want to like, I don't know, I just want to stay on the good side, you know.
Practically big.
Don't worry, Chrono, I'm still slightly chunky. It's okay. You can be fit and thick, yeah. Wolfing, you would know, am I right? No, I'm joking, I'm joking. To be heavier than what I am, you could take some of my weight a little bit. Wait, this guy's actually gonna kill me. Dude, the level design is so fun. I'm so amazed by this. I am happy. Breast when I start first weight before I get a breast reduction when I started. Oh yeah, they usually, and mostly it's a health concern when it comes to like weight and surgeries. It's like totally not your fault. They just want to make sure like the more BMI, or the more your BMI is, the more it's like kind of like harder to recover from surgery, or you're like you'll still recover. It's just like medical research, you know, kind of points to like the higher BMI, the rougher of a recovery you would have. So I think they just want to make sure that you could like have a smoother recovery. I had to do that for my surgery. I had to lose weight for my surgery. But I also know that BMI is kind of like a old way of like measuring certain things. But I'm not a doctor, so obviously anything I say like health related, like ask your doctor about. But how did that not hurt that guy? Yeah, it's like it's the fun. Thank you, Kaiju. I'm gonna drink water for you. It's the clever combination of like 2D sprites as characters and like a 3D world. Yeah, I think there needs to be other ways to like measure like health stuff other than BMI. You need to take like a lot more like factors into consideration that BMI doesn't. how different body types. True, bestie. Oh, let's go through here. I kind of like the acid gun for bosses, just like the free damage over time I get while I'm like hiding from them is kind of nice. Whoa. Agree, Chrono. Kidneys, and it's getting rid of proteins in my body. So oh, so you need a protein up. You gotta go on that carnivore diet. I'm joking. I was thinking so. Exactly, Wolfen. Exactly. You gotta get that. Gotta get like eat a steak a day. A steak a day keeps the protein in chat. Nah, chicken is like I think your best go-to for protein besides eggs. And if you really want to be like picky, egg whites over egg yolks. Who's screaming? Dusk, what did I do to deserve you screaming? It's also in nuts. Wrong nut, Mizuki. Oh, I'm just yeah, as I just came. That's Berlin. I can give nut. Do it. Give it. Raw nuts. Why does this feel like a boss room? Nah. You are too cute. Chat must scream because they can't. Aggression cuteness. Or cuteness aggression, or what is that like saying where like oh hold on, I need to mess with the wiring here. I think raw nuts, show me those nuts. That is why I bite you. Woo, dude. Oh, I thought I had to shoot that. Oh, surprise. Wants you to go downstairs, but I kind of want to see what's across. Yeah, let's go. Give them the old walloping. Free to play, free to win. Cashews are awesome. Dude, you know what I've been craving though? Okay, so on my TikTok recently, my For You page has been like dessert foods. It's this one dude who's just like, I decided to have a small chocolate snack or a small Oreo snack, but the small whatever snack he described is like an entire feast of desserts. And like it's got brownies, ice cream, milkshake, and I'm like, oh my god, like yes, I would devour that, but I would be so like everything I have done for my like journey would be like my healthy journey has been gone to shit. Oh my god, take some of my way. You don't like sweets? No, sweets are my weakness. I just want to dunk a chocolate brownie into some milk and take a bite out of it. Mama, I'm coming. Oh, spicy stuff. Yes, give me some spicy. Are y'all who in here is fans of spicy? Do you guys like? Do you like spicy? I don't mind it. Hell yeah, give you all the sweets. Oh my god, Tuskies. Ah! I don't mind it. Like, it doesn't hit the same as it used to. Oh, I don't like candy. Yeah, I don't like candy. I'm more of a chocolate person now. But you are right. Candy doesn't hit as best as it used to.
Don't shoot, mister. I swear.
No, I'm too white. Well, Wolf and I love it. Let's get some hot pot when you come over. Oh, sour for candy is yummy.
I'm a PI. I don't.
It's true, Mizuki. True. You like it being like a like not the dominant flavor where you can't burn. You don't want it to burn your taste buds off.
They left. But if I had to guess, I'd say they're running their racket further down the canals. Lot of movement for a section that's
Sour,
supposed to be
spicy,
shut
sweet,
down.
savory. Yeah, all of it. All of the
Watch out
above.
for
Put
that
it in.
woman. He's got a nasty
Not just because it's the spice I've been eating doesn't do. Really, Berlin? Oh shit.
You wouldn't happen to have a ticket on you, would you?
Oh no, Soul, why are we angry? Why are we angry?
Come on.
Oh my god, I need a new gun. They got flyers. Oh my god, I just got the achievement. Monster kill. I had to kill like 10 or 20 enemies in 20 or some odd seconds. That's why I don't get the hot wing challenge. I kind of want to try the hot wing challenges. I might order one for my next subathon. I want to do streaming things on my network to decide. No! Wait, really? I'd be actually so upset. I'm so upset with you. It does remind me of the times my internet wasn't behaving. And it was just like, it just depresses me when I can't stream. No, what were you gonna stream today? Did you have a plan? Ooh, I want to try Deadass Disco. No, the one chip challenge actually scares me. Wasn't that the one that like put people in the hospital?
So.
Oh my god, whose persona is this?
So the rumors are true. A giant gator in the sewers with a Gatling gun.
I feel it, Chewy. What a stop. Oh my god, Soul, did you die? What did it feel like? Oh shit! Oh my god, they have crocodiles in the water too. And after that, I was floored in the restroom by oh my god, I was like finding that after I ate the cheese. Oh my god, you were dying though, right? You were fighting for your life in there. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, little crocodiles. Wait, this was the boss strat all along. Oops, I didn't mean to kick that. He's actually weak against the fire. Gatoropoulos. I'm sorry, ISO. I had to do this to him. The graphics are a W. I regret not looking. Yeah, Dylan, you're a W. I hope ISO's not mad at me. I'm joking. Alright, let's recover. Let's get out of here. Okay, we picked up all the ammo. Call the elevator. What is this? My tail? Did it get long? Oh. Oops. Giat Lund. Take a hit. Oh, cold control midair. Oh my god, we can hover now. More cartoon logic. I like the early reference, right? Look. Tandem toking. Tandem toking. The cartoon logic's so fun. I just love the silly, I don't know, the silly that they think about. Oh, do I hover jump this? Oh, now it's trialing me to use my stuff. How do you know Dusk, you don't even know. What? Sobs, you're the one that's kicked up. Am I allowed to say that? Yeah, right? It's so good. And it tells a good story too. Wait, can I just crouch into this? Okay, W. No! Oh my god, I almost died because of these guys. I didn't even see them. Go, go, gadget! Uzi pulls out a fucking... Don't say anything, don't say anything. You know what? When people talk about cake and chat, my fat ass thinks about, like, wanting a cake, like a Black Forest cake or a cheesecake or oh, carrot cake with the W buttercream icing mead. Like it has to, carrot cake has to have like crazy good icing, like a really good creamy icing that goes well with it. Oh no, that's okay, Kaiju, you know I love you. Munch munch munch. Get your check-ins in. Duskies. Oh, that's fair, Berlin. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, German chocolate. Stop. Guys, I'm so hungry. I like even ate beforehand too, and y'all are making me. Oh my god. Little small mice. Lund, thank you. Ouch. Nicely done. It's so free. What if you don't think about Taco Bell snack? Oh my god, stop, Kaiju. I want Taco Bell. Are you excited, Matt? Yow, Chalice. Because it had too much violence and there were too. I heard. And then we heard it was written by an AI or something. With back in the day, right? Guys, don't tempt me. I'm so close. I've got a taco itch. Shit, I have beef in the freezer. Like, I have lean ground beef for tacos, but I didn't pull it out. Like, it's still in the freezer because I had chicken planned today. Now I'm like, wow, oh my god, eat you, Kaiju. True. Wait, was Highguard I don't know. I don't like Highguard though. Did IGN like Highguard or hate Highguard? You know a lot, IGN is a joke. I heard your mom was a joke. You know who else is a joke? My mom. I would talk about maybe I should get. No, I would. Oh my god, you would make me cry, dude. Is that what you want to do? You wouldn't make me cry. I would just be like, oh my god. Please give me. Nor Boba. Sparky! I've had Boba before. I don't think we have. Oh, look, it looks exactly like you, Sparkies. Tickles
They
you?
said I found my mini-me, but I was still trying to find my meat.
Ooh, deep. And you like pickles? Kinda. I usually don't go out of my way to eat fish. It's not that I don't like it, I tend to just crave other things. Zanato, were you too sick? Yes, me, I am the joke. How did you know my mother was a joke? Oh my god, you guys. True. You have Jolly Bee. Do we have Jolly Bees in Canada? Okay, I have to figure that out. I have to figure out if I have a Jolly Bee near me now. Is there not enough water? I do need to go pee-pee, thinking of water.
Wait, is he talking to me? Well, that's gotta be the big bad foreman.
The foreman fish is a good protein. I know. I like
mini boss.
Like I like tuna fish sandwiches. I like sushi. Sushi is yum. But I like pounding back sushi, you know? Like eating too much of it, if that makes sense.
Listen, Couillon, I don't know what
I
made
want you,
change your mind.
Zanato. Pickled herring is really oh, that sounds yummy. I would try that.
Of the crooked kind?
Oh,
Some of those
yes,
guys are
yes,
doing
Kelpie,
shrews
that is
back
so
home.
good.
And whatever this operation is,
I
it's a
can
stinky,
handle Taco
sticky
Bell, I
word
just
block in
can't
my
get
brain.
it because it's
So
far
this ends
away
one of
from me,
two
so it
ways.
like,
You're in
it costs
cuffs,
me like a
or you're
few
on the
bucks
ground.
extra
Either
to
way,
pay. I don't
you're
like
still
it's,
in your guts.
and by the time the food
Wait,
gets here, it's gonna be
We're
cold.
just transport.
Your transport, eh?
Oh, outsource. That's what the boss told me to say. Yes. May ain't our job to ask questions.
When you're calorie counting, there's a little bit, Saul. Unless I don't eat any calories for that day,
Rats?
and I just
Well,
only
not
eat
rats,
sushi.
like rats. No, the coppers.
Please don't lie.
Voodoo's. They made us do it. Swear on my mama's cottage.
This is my mama's cottage
With all that
curds.
brine on you, I'm guessing you're ferrying the shrews up the shore.
Up. Somewhere in
Berlin, I need
Ain't
that.
got an exact spot. The cops take the cargo over by the sewer outflow.
They're shrews, not cargo.
Emergency alert.
Oui,
This
oui,
is a
my
scheduled
bad,
test.
Waller
Oh,
Bay's
there is no
huge.
emergency.
It's like
They're
looking
just
for a
testing
shrew
if
in a
our
haystack.
text
Anyway,
alerts are
back to the
W.
office. Rethink everything I've learned.
Okay.
Preferably over a glass of spicy hot fondue.
Spicy hot fondue sounds good. Sorry. Oh, you got that too, Yushi? Yo, shout out to all my friends in the same province. Okay, so the cops aren't behind it. They are accomplice, miss? Mizuki, oh no. Nice. Oh! W squish. Ah! How does that not burn, bro? I need some health soon. Man, I hate being sick. I want you to not be sick. Found some health. Need. What is that
That
emote?
sewer was clean. Too clean. And clean made me nervous.
Wait, am I going back now? I'm backtracking, right? Video game, am I backtracking? Yes or no? No. Oh, the car's right here. I need to have a wicked yes. I need to have a wicked yes, bro. One of her rods. You almost forgot something important. What could possibly be
Cheeseburgers and
important?
dirty
Oh,
cups.
hugs
Didn't see
Dusk.
that one on the
Dusk is
bingo
awesome.
card.
Dusk is very friendly. Makes me giggle too. Breezy, 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 ba 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 da ba breezy, 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 breezy. Breezy, I was just gonna go for a pee and then you came in. Perfect timing. Breezy, how was the rest of Tomodachi life? You're making me need to play more of the game. As in, like, I played it like a few times.
Makes me wonder.
But yeah, yo, welcome on in, friends. Bill, the science kid, Star Drake guards. Hey. Oh, I want a tin of sardines now. But they're so salty. They're so salty. Friends, check out Breezy. She's super fun to hang out with. Lovely blue bird streamer. Again, super friendly, very nice, very considerate of others and all of that. Harriet, hey. PN coming, yes. You put the raid message in. I love it. I love it. Yo, Team Aqua Captain. Hell yeah. Oh my god, super. Thank you so much, Harriet. I'm not a cow moo. Yeah, friends, welcome on in the Raiders. Get all cozy in here. Friends, we're playing some Mouse PI for hire. I might be switching up games just to try some other things out. Yeah, it's the super cool bird. The one that you heard about a bird. Bird is the word. About a bird. Bird is the word. Mead, thank you for gifting us up to Breezy. I almost want to eat it. Holy shit.
Mead Marmalade gifted a tier 1 sub to Blue.
Stop, don't tempt me. It's not Mega Bunk.
137 gift
She
subs
walked
Whoa.
into my office like she owned the place. Didn't have to say a word.
Is he in?
I saw her voice the moment she walked
Guys,
through the door.
we got a mouse.
Wrapped in makeup.
We got a
and
cheese
cloud of
stick, a really hard
perfume
cheese
reserved
stick
the
for her.
sleaziest Tinsel Brothers party. No, that voice. Not a contralto. The contralto.
I love me. That's
Thick, rough.
thick,
Like
rough.
Zola Picante slapped on a mozzarella platter.
Monsieur Jacques?
Monsieur Jacques? That was the longest. That was the longest look on her lips in my life. Those lips got a whole 10-second like spotlight. Monsieur Jacques,
Bonjour, Monsieur Jacques.
Monsieur Jacques.
Bonjour. 'Tis like hello, only en français.
En
Lady, I am
français.
too tired, too hungry, and
Most
way
I'd love
too
to.
sober for this.
Whoa.
Why don't we cut to the chase?
Oh,
And way
you're
too
no
sober
fun,
for this?
Mr.
That's so
Pepper.
funny.
Tisk. I have a job
I
for you.
I don't need any more headaches
Ah.
right now, so if you don't
Chewy
mind,
smooch.
Nonsense.
Mwah.
You're drowning in debt, picking up small fries and petty cases. What you need is a
I did
big one.
grayscale myself a
And
little
this,
bit for
Mr. Pepper,
funsies, but I like
is
my
the
color.
big one.
well, go on then. What's the deal?
Brazi, why is
It's
she
about my
smoking a
friend.
condom? Oh,
She's dead.
oh,
They killed her, Jack. Murdered her.
oh.
Hey, well, sounds like
What
you
is
already
her
know
pipe?
who
Wait,
they
what's
are,
in
so
her
where do I
pipe?
fit in?
Why is there a
Please,
hype
Mr.
train?
Pepper, it's a
Hi,
figure of
Darkaz.
speech.
Hi.
My friend, Betty Lynch.
Doing?
She was an actress.
Hey Hope, if you ever need a
Beautiful,
laugh, look up
talented,
something called
vibrant.
Doing.
A radiant
Okay.
star destined to
Doing your
bask
ma-
in the limelight. Until some vile hand
Oh, we
snuffed out
just
that
dealt with her.
shining
Alice,
star.
you don't got stuff. What the heck?
The curtains
Are you
closed
sure?
on
Thank
her
you so much for
forever,
getting some to
Mr.
Zats,
Pepper.
Arctic, and
That's all
Ravaging
very
Rena, and Hypertorial,
Theatrical.
and
Well,
Drake. Oh my god, so
force of
sweet,
habit, I
so
guess.
nice, thank
I
you.
did a few movies myself back in the day, but that doesn't matter to me anymore.
Lovies.
Betty does. She was a close friend, and they.
We
the
dealt
whole
with her. We
poisonous
killed the
industry
robot, Betty.
killed her.
Abides you, W. Alice in the chat,
Talk on the
guys.
street
Thank you
is an
so
accident.
much, Alice.
I told you it
Mwah.
was big, the biggest.
The biggest.
So please, take the case, Mr. Pepper. Start snooping around the film studios on Tinsel Avenue. You'll find answers there, I'm sure of it. And trust me, I pay good for the right intel.
You picked the
All
spot
right,
I
I'll take the
bite.
case, but I don't come
My
cheap,
singular
Mrs.
big toe,
Or is it
Alice.
Ms.
Ms. McCarthy. Vivian McCarthy.
A
Thank
miss.
you, Mr. Pepper. I'll be waiting.
It's a cigarette holder. Oh. Not the game. True. That's true. Head to Tinsel. We gotta head to Tinsel and talk to Stilton. There's a stilt in my boots. Wait, you actually said okay? Toe bitten? Thank you. You didn't have to, I was just being dorky. Yeah, it reminds you of the incense sticks. Hacker's memory? Ooh, I like Digimon games. Youch, that's what I'm saying.
Why do you?
I need your help with a little showbiz matter.
I'm all.
A few days ago, I dropped by Tinsel Avenue, but...
Oh, so they want me to go to Tinsel Avenue as round 2.
Over here, sport.
Why does everybody want to talk to me?
Not doing your
Sup,
mom,
Jack?
just doing
Need a
it.
drink?
It's the
Make it
first
a double,
result that
John. I
counts.
got
I'll
a
have
new
to check.
case,
But also,
courtesy
I
of an
love
old
that.
friend.
Jacoon, what is that
What
emo?
is it?
Apparently,
Yeah,
shrooms are
jealous, that's
disappearing from
fair.
your hood, like a cheese grenade. 1 minute there and poof.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time, Jack. No, sir. Course, it's the smaller one's fault.
What do you mean?
Well, it's Shrew Thicket all over again.
It's true
Didn't I tell you
thicket.
that story before? Ah, you're
Coca
gonna need a
Con
reset for this one.
Rabbit.
I certainly will not say no.
The drink's on the house, but the story comes with a price, my friend. I'm a working shrew. I'm happy to fill your glass. but my
Pose! Hi,
young
Pose,
ones
how
need
are
their
you? Pose,
don't
I'm
have to,
hungry.
Well, none
I'm
but Pose
hungry and
can
I'm
go.
itching for tacos,
Shrew
bro.
Thicket. Ah, those were the
Oh,
days.
Cuffy, you're very
We did
kind.
it.
Hi, hungry, I'm Pose.
Carved out a little
Wow.
slice of shrew heaven here on this very soil. Ran legitimate businesses, real honest work. Judges, bankers, coppers,
How can you?
businessmen. We had them all.
It's my
All
tummy.
of
The
our
inside
own
of my
age.
tummy craves
Nice
it.
homes, white picket fences, big families, all that jazz.
Taco Wednesday,
So what
taco
happened?
every day,
There's a
Okies.
scale in this world.
Beside a gape too.
Invisible, but it's there. Measures us all.
What is everyone
You're a
craving
little
right now?
round And you get bigger.
If you could have whatever
There's a
food right
chance,
now,
a
what would it
slim
be?
one,
What would
but
it be?
real, that you'll outgrow
You know,
yourself.
no,
places you
me,
never thought
no.
you'd
Well,
go.
here's a hug.
And in this
Snuggles.
world,
I can't move
there's
my arms to
always
wrap around
someone
you.
bigger
It's
who'll
Waco
clip your
True
tail
White
just because
Taco
they
Wednesday
can.
Lund.
So they clip.
Bub's
and
Burgers,
clip
not
until
Bob's
you're
Burgers.
stuck at the
Supreme
bottom,
Pizza would
and
go
there ain't
hard.
No Shrew Thicket anymore.
Good thing Jack's there to squeak at the case. True.
Maybe I'll pour
People are
myself one.
disappearing. Wagyu steak. Oh,
Jack!
Makana night.
How's life treating you, Corny?
Oh, you know, speeches, rallies.
Oh yeah, this is a guy who almost got assassinated.
Important, nonetheless.
He's political. He's like running. Is he the mayor or I can't remember?
If I have
Yes. Yeah, see you around, Jack.
Head to Tinsel. So Tinsel Avenue looks like the place we gotta be. Oh no, I'm the one who's trying to eat something, not you. How do I get fulfilled? Maybe watch out. Who the hell is this guy? It's Breezy. Yeah, make sure you all drop a cheeky little follow on Breezy if you get a chance and check out her content. Tinsel Avenue. Look around for clues. The things we keep? I'd love a bacon. Oh my god, hell yeah. Oh my god, stop. Y'all are talking about food now. Did I say you could talk about Ouroboros style? Yeah, let's go. Ouroboros style. That sounds like a plan. Alright, I guess once upon a tinsel. I do need to pee though. I'm making some turkey chili and you're sending some to me, right? Shit, why do I live so far from you, Wolfen? What happened? I think that might be a little bit of your fault. You moved! Oh my, you ever made a Monte Cristo? What's a Monte Cristo? Wait, is that like a sandwich? Don't make me put chat in emote mode. That's so funny. A lot of people would survive though.
Lizard.
Don't tell Mato, but deer is so tasty. Wait, can you actually eat deer? I didn't know. No, I'm being genuine. Oh, no, it's a sandwich because of American Dad. That's so funny. Okay, let me go pee. I gotta go pee. Describe to me the Monte Cristo. Oh, venison? Oh. Venison is deer. Venezuela is so delicious. All right. Let a girl go pee. I'll give you guys something to look at. There we go. Yeah, you could eat everything once. You're so funny. Mato, you shouldn't be here. Be right back, guys. I am back. It's so cool. Guys, I need like double the blankets. I need to... Not yet. And I do mean the pennants. What? I'm gonna show you a pennants in a second here. Oh, my little... I've been missing... I couldn't find many of these collectibles. I'll give you... Maybe I could have worded that a little bit better, Kelpie. Guys, can I ask you something? I might need advice on something. I might need advice on something, but I don't know if I'll have the answer because I've been doing research. I'm just curious if some other people have some experience or knowledge on it. Yes, please don't itch if it's red. No, wait. It's something. Oh my god, yes, Savvy, go get some rest, please. I hope it's just like a 24-hour thing and it's just like easy to get it through. Wait, I'm a virtual life coach. Okay, wait. It has stuff to do YouTube. Haven't talked to... No, it's not you. If you need some rest, Berlin boy, you can. Okay. So I've been trying to do... Can I show you? Maybe it's better if I show you guys. Okay. I've been trying to upload a YouTube video every day on my main channel, right? I was looking at how other streamers do things, and I'll be like, let's look at Queso, for instance. Queso usually uploads a video every day, and it's about an hour. Sometimes it's 2 hours, dependent or whatever. And then we'll look at like Corgi Cam, for instance. He'll upload, but they're like highlights, right? They're not like exactly like, they're not like the whole stream. They're basically what his stream on a day, kind of like thought about or whatever. Same with Iron Mouse. If you look at like Iron Mouse, for instance. This point of this question is, what's too long of a video? If I wanted to keep up with my streaming, because it looks like they, like 2-hour videos doesn't seem too bad, but like if I wanted to upload my like mouse PI playthrough, like I already uploaded a video today, but today's stream is lasting like, it's like 4 hours of fucking mouse PIing or whatever. Should I do like a super, like, should I do like, can I cut some, or should I? People that manage this stuff, I really need a manager. Corgi splits his channels? What do you mean by that? Sorry. I'm getting DoorDash a burrito and queso. No, stop, because it's I'm like tired. I want to do the same pose. Well, here, until they know in order which long. Okay, best clips help with making shorts. Yeah. So let me show you my channel, for instance. So I have my channel, my main channel. I used to post like VR skits in here. Or like random stuff I did in VR. But mainly I've just been grabbing clips and uploading it to my main channel, as you see. Corgi has his VOD channel, so you won't find any like 1-hour channels. But Corgi has changed his little posting habits. So if we study what Corgi has done, this is his main channel, which has videos on there that run about, around an hour at the most. Yeah, clips help a lot. That'd be awesome. Right, if you have split channels, you should do VODs. I do have VODs. I do have a VOD channel that I just like throw up an unedited thing. Multiple at once. Oh, that's fair. I guess the algorithm changed. Well, I don't know. So my idea was to follow what we're right. I do. What my idea was to follow in Queso's footstep. Have a video uploaded a day. But lucky for him, he plays so many games. He could highlight like the family trip one. It's about an hour long, but obviously people are gonna watch Queso, right? Because at the moment he's like super famous and shit like that, right? I do have a VOD channel for those of like you don't know. I do have a VOD channel. I don't know how to find it or show you. But I do. Oh yeah, here is where I posted just long, like unedited. Should I edit my VODs for the VOD channel? Should I post like unedited fucking stuff for it? Or like how should I VODs no editing? Thank you for the follow. Hope Uncensored is what it is. So okay, so here's my question, guys, and I'll think about if I take the advice or not. If I wanted to post a video, like an actual video, not a short, an actual video every day, how should I go about doing that? Especially with like a game like that I'm playing for the full stream, right? Should I just not post it and just keep it to my VODs? Should I like, what would be the best way? And like, I guess easiest way, because I don't have a lot of time on my hands. That's fair, Pose. That's fair. If anything, have a channel for edited videos and shorts and keep Okay, so have a channel for edited videos and shorts. So I should keep my main channel Lund as a video, like stuff for edited videos and shorts. I know. I could do editing. Like, I am no stranger to editing. It's just I start falling into the, like, I'll have to become completely antisocial, guys. With almost highlight. I could try to, like, listen back. Shit. You have to stream. You have to stream and then edit. Yeah. Check out Doin' really quickly. Doin'. It's a composer. Composer, track maker, design in Republic of Korea. This what you want me to look up? I could technically edit out this bit. Some kind of stream highlights. Let me see your specs right now. No. I typed in Doin'. Push the community to do it when you were on YouTube. Oh, fuck. This? Oh. Also push the, I can do clip stuff. Clips help a lot. 420 on East Coast. That's not bad. It's not bad though. Why does it slap though? Why does it slap? I guess I could try to do a highlight thing. What I've been doing, like I just started. Sorry, swinging back to the conversation. What Doge was? Who was it? Was it Doge talking about? Yeah. Maybe I could grow into like having a better editing once I'm able to get an editor or like afford one. But like, see, I did the trees one. I highlighted that when I was playing like the fucking streams thing. I have like a little starting thing. Design a victim, be this loser. And I basically posted it like this. But I'm worried about like my playthroughs of like Death Stranding, for instance. It's almost a 4-hour fucking video. But it was all Death Stranding. A Zelda remix? That sounds dope. What CPU has? I'm scared to pull up my specs because I don't know. Forte, how's it going, sweetie? Wow. Oh no, Dylan, show it. What if it shows like personal info though? What if I named it a certain like thing that like, I don't know. What if it has like any IRL information? Bing chillin', how are you? I'm doing well. I'm getting a little hungry though, I won't lie. Double 4 hopes. We were talking about food earlier, so I'm kind of like, I'm trying to hold out until dinner time. I truly am. Or after stream, so I can make myself like a big W wrap. But a part of me straight up wants to order some tacos and just devour it here on live on stream. It's because I'm too chicken to his. What? You should do it. I understand the fear though.
Now, murder looking to steal.
Do it alongside a YouTube video. Usually when it comes to computer stuff, I open up a YouTube video and be like, how do I do this? I have no ammo.
Hell, you're supposed to shoot.
Home, come to my dishes. Wait, you have a dishwasher? Doing the dishes then should be easy.
Stay
I will
strong,
do
but
that.
Don't think of tacos or pizza burgers or Yorkies.
Oh my god, are Yorkies? Just knows how to work PCs. Oh, W wife. Part of I'm so broke. I would like to own a home in the future. I genuinely do. But like housing at the moment kind of sucks dit right now, you know? But I still want to be able to like have one to like have like, I don't know, to run my own garden. I want to grow my own veggies. Everything goes in, everything belongs in the dishwasher. Just wash yourself in the in the shower with the dishes. I die here, I got swarmed. Finley. My death scene, thanks. Yeah, I really hope so. Someone computers or something have just hyper lund. RIP, no death run. Now I have to restart the game all over again. My wife, she's going to arrive for a visit in less than 10 days, so I'm more excited. Yo, your wife's coming to visit? Oh my god, Dylan, I'm so happy for you. I hope you have like so much fun. W wife. Oh, quick question for anybody who may know a little bit about YouTube algorithm. Is it okay to upload multiple videos a day? Or should you just stick to one? Like, I can't tell if like YouTube hates it if you like upload multiple. I bet you'll find a way to die in Hello Kitty and oh my god. I actually like Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Maybe I should return to it. Would have asked you to open up settings. Oh no. Well. Oh yeah, I was supposed to look for clues out here. Not task manager. Nobody knew. Why do I need one? I have 6 of them? That's so funny. Door opens from the other side. Shit, man. Yeah, I'm crying because of algorithm. PC specs. I'll do it later. I'm gaming out of my mind right now. I'm winning. I'm by winning as that one guy used to. Oh my god, I'm not by winning anymore.
Mobsters, of course. Well, gotta launder money somewhere.
Why can't I? I'm gonna give you my sickness, little bro. I enjoy watching. Do you? I hate it. Oh, it's a mousetrap. It's like that. Wait, it's like that board game. Did you guys ever play the board game called Mousetrap? Too much cheese. Purple defiler. Enjoy any household chore? I'm hiring you. Bless me, please. No, oh my god, yes, I'd enjoy it if I had a dishwasher. Same. If I had a dishwasher, I wouldn't mind it. Only play with middle mouse pieces. Aw. Tuskies, yes, was a fun contraption, right? What do you mean? What do you mean that forced ass sneeze? I actually sneezed. Bless me, please. I need your blessings. Thank you, Berlin boy. Oh my god. Kathy, what's for lunch or dinner or anything? Are you at work? Where am I? Forget about it. I didn't go in. That's so funny. But what if you wait? Never mind. That only happens to vampires. Bless you. But if you sneeze anymore, you ain't getting. Don't. Yes. You're so funny. Dude, I wonder how much more of this game I have left. I have to be like winning. In the name of the great old one, Cthulhu, bless you. Oh, W. Cthulhu's got my back, bro. I was reloading. I want to play Magic. All right, guys, log in. Log into any Magic the Gathering related website. We're playing Magic the Gathering. I just made pierogies. Fuck. Oh my god, Finlay, did you used to sit and make homemade pierogies? Like you would get those little packs and you would like make the potato-y whatever mixture and then like fold over. I used to do that. Use tabletop shim. W tabletop sim. That looks explosive. What? What do you mean? W. With Doctor Who TMT Mama, right? We're getting in Arknights and administrator thingy, the new Arknights game. We're getting a My Little Pony crossover, so I'm excited. We did it too, Finley. We did that shit too, and we would give people something to freeze them. We would freeze ours.
This whole thing feels like a movie.
So, oh, that'd be fun, Chrono. MLB crossover is always fun. I have no idea what to expect. I genuinely have no idea what to expect. Wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a quick drink and get real high and I oh, I want to play Voice of the Void again. I can't wait for this Friday. We'll do more voices. I'm just excited to play it. Sonic Rumble. Oh my god, I haven't touched. I feel bad because like I got to be a creator for Sonic Rumble. I really enjoyed it. But I haven't played it. I haven't played it in so long. I'm a slacking creator. It's it's bossy time. How much is that game? Ooh. Oh my god. It's funny because I still have it uninstalled Requiem because I want to play it again, kinda. But I gotta play Pragmata. I think Saturday stream is gonna be Pragmata. Because that's a new game that I own, but I don't have. Or I own, but I don't have. What a weird sentence. I own, but I haven't played yet, so I need to. Nata, hi! Smooches, Noel. Oh, here it is. We're kiss hope. Mwah! Fire Nova. It's Bashi time.
RPI steps into the darkest alleys of the city. But what awaits shadows?
Dumb wise guys and fake cheese wheels.
What? Maybe don't let the child get shot by Leah. I want to. Apparently, lots of people are really liking Pragmata, so I can't wait to play it. My bestie played the shit out of it, and so I'm excited to see. You will cry? Oh my god. Eat all of the shoelaces on your left shoe? No! Lizard. I want to get... I never played the demo. That's the funny thing.
More damage.
I've had breakfast that did more damage. But yeah, Saturday stream might be Pragmata. Tomorrow, I'm not sure. I might play random stuff tomorrow. I'm not quite sure what I might want to play. My buddy Demathy got me a sledding game. I've been meaning to play sledding game. Because it looks fun. It's like a comfy open world whatever style type. I don't know how to describe. There's so much you could do in it. You should buy it for my birthday. It should be 3 streams, but you'll love Prey. Oh, I'm excited. Hi, Kinji. Guys, Kinji's a fun streamer. It's his birthday. Is it still your birthday or is it not your birthday anymore, Kinji? I played this. Kinji bought me this game called Scamline to play with him on his birthday. I know. He bought me a game on his birthday. Ouch. And I genuinely like Scamline because it's like, girl, it was about a week ago. Fuck with us and now we tweaking ho, run up. Everybody catching bullet holes. Hi, Cydra. Oh, I'm okay. Yow, Chalice. I actually liked Scamline though because like it wasn't like a there was something nice about playing a social deduction-esque game, but like it wasn't like sweaty, if that makes sense, you know? It wasn't like Among Us where like it's like whoever's the loudest wins, or like I don't know. It's just like it just felt like a chiller version, no stress, which I enjoy because sometimes I worry about playing. So I love social deduction games. Don't get me wrong, but it's gotta be with the right people, you know. Seika, how you been? Mel? It's very easy to be silly, yeah, and you don't even get punished for being silly or whatever. It's good. You'll hug me until I do. Good night, Berlin boy. Say hi to your bae for me. Seika, I hope you're doing well. Noel, Snugs, Zydra, how you doing? Yes, Badger Hazard. What a W name. I've never played Red Dead Redemption. I want to play it so bad. Are they scribbling? What are they writing on?
Artists. Turning caffeine and panic attacks into someone else's success.
Wait, artist, is that true? No. Turning caffeine and panic attacks into someone else's success. Oh my god. Ah, thanks. I really want to play Red Dead. I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 1, but I feel like everyone plays Red Dead Redemption 2. So do I just like skip over one, or should I really truly play one? Innocent Falls, least overworked anime studio. I want to see what RDR Online is. That sounds funny.
Be free.
You always though.
Just don't come back.
Whoa. What are they doing? Are they waving goodbye? Oh my god, I couldn't hit a single bullet. Who's behind me? Where are you running? Oh, learn to do housework and join. No, you freed them. I didn't, Badger. Yeah. You want to play the first Red Dead, then it'd be Red Dead Revolver. I did play Red Dead Revolver. That was like on the GameCube or something, wasn't it? It was on an old ass system, right? Being the loudest, but had one Among Us by not talking even after I caught killing. W. I swear I've just been in lobbies where like some people would follow like the loudest person ever. Oh, I played it on Xbox then. My fault. But yeah, I just didn't play Red Dead Redemption 1.
Sometime.
Do I have Red Dead Redemption 2? I gotta check. Apparently a W game.
Oh, damn. You up for casting too?
I don't do public lobbies. Oh yeah, public lobbies sound like the worst thing ever. Oh, thought I saw a secret. Oh, the music. Whoa. Who's this guy?
Hey, you there. The name Betty Lynch.
Maybe you're thinking of God. No, it wasn't particularly the GameCube. I think I just had memories of playing that game when I was a kid. I just couldn't remember what system I played it on.
A shot I don't have to dodge for a change.
Find the pyrotechnist. Oh my god, what? She's gonna kill me. This is the boss fight now. Totally normal wall. Wait a second. About that. Can't see shit in here. Yeah. Oh my god. All the enemies are here. Party if you want. Either way works. Yeah, I hear RD1 comes before RD2, or wait, no, comes after RD2. Did I just come here to get money? Oh, and a baseball card, I guess. That's a baseball. I like it, Duskies. I like it. Icy. Oh, pretty girl friends. Check out my friend Icy. She heckin' does the W streams. And she's really nice and funny. I like when her camera gets obnoxiously close to her. Oh.
You call it a trap. I call it an all-inclusive adventure.
Missed opportunity for like the piano to go down on them. On holiday for the week from like, are you just like taking some time off from streaming, or are you visiting somewhere? That's good to see you. Mamma mia. Oh, hey, dude. How's the paper today? Thank ya. What do you go fast? 6, 7. Currently abroad. Ooh, family. Oh, that sounds nice. I hope it's a good time. But I'm curious, what game does Mouse remind you of? Duke Nukem, like the old ones. Doom. Shadow of a Doubt, which is a detective simulator type game.
No trace of Wanda's friend. The people always leave.
And the Star Wars one.
Fingerprints, keepsakes.
Star Wars Dark Forces. It's a very doomy game, right? Oh my god. I could be ultra killy. You can like movement tech a little bit. I do like the cartoony stuff in it though. It makes me happy. Da 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 da. No.
You could start a love story here. Maybe even a happily ever after.
Oh, wrong one. Oh, it still counted. He was 2D enough. I need more blueprints. Hi, Ryuji Super Ultra Omega Giga Snugs. Has I found the Bioshock and switch other mechanics? Oh, the rubber nose, yeah. Somebody else is like commenting on the rubber nose too. I think we've had a few actually. Let's just take this barrel with us.
What? We're actually paying them? All right, everyone. 5-minute break. Rocky's stuck. Again.
We're actually paying him. Speak with the trap stunt. Where is he?
Is that the pyrotechnist?
What the? Ah, it was you. Get over here, buddy.
Oh, I couldn't see. Whoa, he looks like Indiana Jones. Bro, do you know there's alligators in here? Wait, before I come over there, I'm gonna... Who shot the bed? Right? That's what I'm thinking about, dude.
Thanks, man, you're a lifesaver.
You're so right
Hey,
about that.
From one action hero to another, you've got some real Tomb Raider chops yourself, man.
Yeah. I'm looking for a pyrotechnist. Do you have-
yeah, well, I can't think straight right now. We've been running this scene
In
forever.
the basement of Florida? Thank you, Ryuji. Brother, ew.
And now I really can't make that next
Oh,
jump.
okay.
The pyro... Wait. What kind of medication does that?
It's just some Spike D pills. Don't stress.
What are
it.
Spike
The real
D
issue
pills?
is, you gotta do this scene for me.
Ryuji, thank you so much. Alex, hi.
Ancient technique of the tail whip.
Oh, what now?
Basic adventurer stuff.
Ah.
Why am I even explaining this? So, climb up there, pull the lever,
No.
swing over the gaps midair, grab the last
Alex,
golden
how
idols, put it back
is?
on the pedestal. Boom. Easy.
Boom. Bada bing, bada boom.
Right?
Now we have tail whip. We have a tail whipping thing? Wait, how do I use that? Or maybe it's a prompt. Oh. Oh. Hit Q to swing. W. Oh my god, now we're getting real ultra kill like. Alex is no.
Moves, kid. Quite the
We
Tomb Raider
love
indeed.
you. I'm assuming it's from earlier and stuff, right? Dude, they should give you some compensation or give you pride, like. Oh. Oh.
Well, that got me somewhere.
Who else is here? No, it's Q. What? You're Q. Wrong gun. Free to play, free to win. Indiana, open the wheel of cheese. Pretty much. Youch! I want cheese now. R.I.P. my shredded bag of cheese waiting for me. In my fridge. Butter. Man, I kind of want to play an old game now. Guys, I want to play Mario 64 crowd control and hate myself.
You the pyrotechnist?
It's me, all right. The best of the best.
I
Need
love her.
something to go boom? You came to the right gal.
Her tail's on fire too, like a Charmander.
Not today. I need info on a Betty Lynch.
Betty?
Archipelago, archipelago.
Good gal.
I still need to do one. I keep saying I want to do it, but I get like intimidated on the setup.
Spike D, top of the line.
Did you notice anything off about her before she died?
Your new
Maybe
GF,
acting
Alex.
strange,
Your new
meeting
GF.
with the wrong kind of people.
Man, my man, this is Tinsel Avenue. That's like asking if a cheese with holes.
Pun
has holes
intended.
in it.
Me
Let's
maybe
just focus on the holes in her
touch his
story
fingers
for now,
together.
Well, Betty was a
Sicky
little
cough.
quirky, but yeah.
Puts a vacuum to your mouth and absorbs the sickness into the vacuum Zonato.
Profile. Never left a trailer when he was around. Real fancy schmancy suit type. You know how they are. Can't resist a rising starlet.
I hear her trailer's gone.
Oh yeah. They packed up his stuff, shoved it into one of the generic dressing rooms. Standard practice when someone checks out.
Oh.
Just past the medieval set. Can't miss it. I made sure of that. So, you need any explosions? Dynamite? Maybe extra dynamite, eh?
Extra dynamite.
Tick, tick, boom!
Dynamite! Oh my god, she's like that one character in Chainsaw Man.
The hero moves to succeed. Challenges an ancient has these moss-covered stone walls.
Ancient. This is the few plywood boards slathered in processed cheese.
I went home, yeah. It makes me happy because I saw you last night and you looked dead, bro. You sounded dead. I hope they're not mad at you. I hope they're not that typical, like, business where they're like, oh, you're sick? Well, we're really busy right now. And, like, they say something shitty that makes you, like, feel bad.
Your line's up next. So tell us, hero, what is best in life?
Boss sent you home. Snipe, I miss you.
The joyful squeaks of my dinner guests.
I will, Maffies. And thank you for checking in, Sonato. Oh, give me. Wait, give me. Oh, damn it.
What do we say now, hero?
My boss at the first job is super chill, but we don't like your boss at the second job, or is your second job boss okay? Dude, it should be illegal to have two jobs. And by that, I mean like the first job should already pay you enough, but... Yo, pretty sweetie Hope, you're gay. Hi, Ryu, how you doing, sweetie? It's good to see you. Yeah, that's right. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant. I'm bad at squishies. Gay hugs you. Gay hugs you. Hugs you gaily. That looks like the boss entry room. So we're just going to take a peek around. Oh, we unlocked a shortcut. Okay, so we could get a quick, cheeky little save here. This level was actually massive. Feeling out too true. Gay eyes, yeah, I'm good. Oh, that's so good to hear. I'm glad. Hope you're dead, by the way. Oh, thank you. Is that Robin Hood?
You ever think about a career change? You wear that piece like it's made for you.
Oh. They think I'm an actor in here. Where? Ha! You can't shoot me through the holes. And really, Cheddar's my babe at the Phoenix. Phoenix puppy, Phoenix puppy, Phoenix puppy, Phoenix puppy, Phoenix puppy. Oh, Phoenix is a sweet little sweet buppy bup. Oh my god, I'm so rich. I got too much money. Oh. Pup Phoenix, I hope you're doing all. It's good to see you. Thank you for dancing for me, Seika. What's that music? And why does it sound like I'm about to have a brawl? W. Triple W. Getting ready for work. Oh, don't go to work. Hugs you, hugs you, hugs you.
for a trench vac.
Oh my god, that almost scared me, almost fisted me. Alright, let's get some stuff here. Oh, the Desert Cutie, yeah, they're like a mix of cartoony and like graphic-ish. This bro cracker needs chat. Oh my god. Ajax, hi. Oh my god, I want crackers and cheese now. My favorite, one of my favorite stoner snacks, guys, is cracker, cheese, and olives. That's my go-to. Requires rear gate key. Bend over. Search for clues. Ah, yes. One with Milser with mayoral candidates.
Now that's a clue. A big mouse party meeting.
It's like mac and cheese with boneless. Oh my god, stop. I want buffalo wings now.
Milford, what's his name?
Unlocking ass? Is she? Bet she has the key. Bending her. Nah! I need the key, Duskies. Butter cracker with. Oh my god, guys. I'm gonna break. I'm gonna break and order something. Shortcut? Shortcut? Ooh, Triscuits are good, though. I don't blame you. Oh, yo, Firefly Kid. Hi, how you doing, sweetie? Good to see you, girly. I'm about to blow. Whoa, I put a comma. You can't just say she's about to blow chat. That sounds rude. Oh shit. Bitch. I'm about to bust. I'm about to baha bust. I mean, oh no, I'm being the standing squished while I know my hopes about to blow. No, I'm not. I was reading the chat and Balsam. Oh my god. Ajax, feed me right now. Shove all the food inside of me, please. Where am I supposed to go? Did that? Oh. Investigate the family show set. Where's the family show set? That was like a side quest, wasn't it? The family show set. What is that supposed to mean? What's sad is I don't have a map. Come over and open your hand. Okay, I will. My hands are always open for you. It sounded worse than it thought. Still, yeah, can you set as a not really. I think it only. Oh, hold on. Investigate the family show set. Is that just gonna point to the exit? We'll see. We'll see. Wait. Wait, you might be onto something, Doge. Stop. Yeah. Flotion, hi. Meow. You might be cooking. Uxia, how are you, sweetie? Hold on, I gotta keep up with this brush. It's so fast. Your birthday's tomorrow? Do you have any birthday plans? Oh my gosh, I missed this. This is way back-ish. Let's find out. We got that. Para smoochies. Put that on the thing. Come over here. Now we full escape. Go in here. But now I'm back here. Oh, is this the family show set? No, this is the part medieval one, isn't it? I'm gonna go to the arcade. Oh, the arcade sounds lovely. I missed. Oh my god, it's led me in an entire circle. Subs. Breen, hi, see. Oh my god, that's my favorite emote. That's the best emote ever. Oh, I could technically just go like all the way back. And the ender just no. We can technically backtrack this. We've opened a lot of like, wait, I even think down here is a shortcut. We've opened like a lot of shortcuts. We'll just have to look for something. This is a family. Guys, Breen is a cool streamer who I just discovered and I love her. She's so sweet and nice. And that dance emote is the best. I'm trying to find where would someone read by Tinsel Bros. I feel like this was something. I'm nervous because I feel like this is something that like this is maybe near the beginning. That's where I made the mousetrap go. Joe cocktail bar opens from the other side. This is actually where we started, though. Unless the secret I failed to open has a clue. Now I'm misunderstood. I don't know where to. I'm not seeing the family show set. Huh. Dabs no you. Simply, what is that? What is that? What the? Oh, a stock of junior mins. Oh my god, I need. Yeah, I got hope to say, what is that? Is that a goal? That's like a daily stream goal, is post something that makes Hope go, what is that? What's that emote? I guess I don't mind. Daily objectives, yes. Duloc is a perfect place. I feel like I already went to, oh yeah, I've already went through this whole thing. This was the actors drawing the show. Might just go to the end of the level. I see no magnifying glass. Hi, Silent. How is? It's a silent after all. It's a silent. Steve Shakefist, the cheese sitcom. Is this a family show set? Man, I don't know. I feel like I've been to every set there was. This is the Indiana Jones set. The sitcom? The Cheese Mooners? The Cheese Mooners. What did I hit? It could be like. Hope I'm not hot, but I accidentally ordered an extra. What? Oh my god! And you're inviting me over, right? Oh, fuck. Stop, I really want I viscerally want tacos, bro. Non-burrito, roar! You don't believe how much I'm craving freaking tacos. DMing you my address? W, I'm on my way. I know, because it was Cinco de Mayo, but I forgot. And taco, yeah, it was. Wait. I don't even remember that being there. Well, that's the elevator. I had to go back into the stream. I have to talk to my friend I haven't talked to. Who is that? Are you allowed? John Jones? Oh, well, I'm done. Oh, you silly. It's me. You are Cookie Monster. I want out of Tinselland. Oh my god, I've almost been streaming this for 4 hours, guys. That means it's almost food time for me. I hate that I get hungry during stream. It's like I'm not even doing anything crazy. I'm just streaming, you know, and hanging out. Wait a second. What's in there? And how does one get in there? Sammy, what is that? And I hit a whole box of it. Oh my god. I have no idea. I might just forget about it, as they say. But I'm curious about... What's that other place? Oh, is it gonna be the thing I couldn't open? Milk? Oh, Siri. What did you want from me, Siri? I'm getting tired of looking for it. I might just continue the story and cry about it later. I'm sure I can come back to this level if I truly want to, because the level choosing is this kitty loves milk. Milk. Give me the milk. Oh, that's not here. But I fucked up the hack on it. Which actually kind of makes me, that bums me out. That, the whole idea of like, if you're unable to pick a lock in time, it locks forever. All right. I may have an issue. Oh my god, 2 gallons?
Ditch that tensile stench.
Did you die?
It's time for a quick word with Vivian.
Vivian, go eat. Hope stream tomorrow. Wait, what? No, you're not allowed to involve. I'll eat. Don't worry. We still gotta do our daily scrandle.
So, Monsieur Pepe.
I wanted to play another game today, but I realized we just kind of went killer on this stream.
You already got plenty of charm. Why bury it under that accent?
Oh, damn.
What?
I forgot. All right, Mr. Pepper. Tell me, did you find anything at Tinsel's? Do you know
what is that game? Mina the Hollower?
Not yet.
Yeah, I do.
She was getting rather close with that, what's his face? You know, the one running for mayor.
Oh, Sawyer? Milford Sawyer?
Bingo. She most likely got to Sawyer through that dandy spokesman for their party. Name's Curd, I believe.
Oh, Miles Curd. Yes, of course. Oh, the parties we threw. Ooh, such lavish affairs.
Is she okay?
So, Mr. Pepper.
Damn.
How do you plan to get close to Sawyer? He's probably less approachable by men, shall we say? Particularly men in trench coats who ask a lot of questions.
That may be.
With little mouse.
Well,
Oh, that sounds cute.
If Sawyer's unreachable,
That sounds amusing.
why not Miles?
I F with that.
He's a beast of a different sort altogether.
Not really. He's a mouse too. But I get your point.
Good. Mr. Pepper, I believe your best bet is to go and catch Miles. From what I gather, he's either throwing another party or cleaning up the mess at the Opera House. What's left of it, anyway.
Damn.
Someone made a mess at the opera. That's,
Sardines? I wish I can't get into sardines. Maybe like the tiniest. They're just
think about it,
way too salty for me.
Stupidly specific. Time to run it up the flagpole and see who salutes. Makes me wonder.
There. Oh, these are 3 different cases. Oh my god. Wait, one's collected to the magician?
Doc
Resolve lead?
Just need a mooring point. I hate to ask, but Tam knows these waters better than I do.
It's gonna be one of those games where all these separate different like crimes like have a link to each other. My two unhealthy assumptions. Too Fimshy, yeah. Wait, so Blue Betty is the other. Interesting, okay. Who's Tammy again? Oh, you.
So what exactly did you do at Tinsel's to get your glamorous behind kicked to the curb?
Ew, why do you gotta say it like that?
Please. I left on my own terms. Nose high, tail swaying. Not a single boot print on my rear.
Well, either way, there must have been a reason.
Oh, I don't know.
You eat it straight out of the tin?
Integrity? The occasional wandering hand?
Is it people in VR chat? Go hang out in VR chat. You're allowed to be present with the people in VR chat, sweetheart.
Poison.
Surely those ain't the only reasons, right? Sounds like you got a soft spot for the place.
If you want, Vivian.
Pepper. Fine.
Oh my
Tinsel's
god.
wasn't just a job. It was an experience.
Alex, what's for dinner tonight?
You didn't just make movies.
I love you
took
too.
life by the handful, gave it a good shake, and spilled every last.
A little. Why
drop
am I
on the
dead?
screen.
Why is my
It was
thing
about
dead?
skirting the edge of
No.
what's safe, what's appropriate, about grabbing
Sardines
what you wanted
out
and
of the
never
tin.
blinking. And me, I
Sardines out of the bin.
So, you partied too hard and got yourself in trouble.
I partied just enough. Though, in hindsight,
Mizuki.
just enough might have been a little much for the wussies. But without those parties, I'd never have met half the dazzling souls I did. I'd never have met Betty.
Who might still be breathing if not for all that skirting the edge.
You implying something, Mr. Pepper?
Me? Imply? Never. I just connect the dots.
Well then, connect them
Fell
elsewhere.
apart on the floor. A big bag of
around
Ace,
the
Ben and
wrong
Jerry's, and
asshole.
Coke and rum. Wait, you love Ben and Jerry's, Alex?
Corrupt to the core, sure, but I miss the showbiz, Mr. Pepper.
Mr.
The warmth of the
Pepper.
lights, the snap of the clap.
Oh, Mr. Pepper. I bought it.
Well, you were right, Wanda. I found something at the studio after
What
all.
what flavor do you like? Do you just buy
Very
whatever?
interesting, Jack.
More interesting than a
Ben and
tropical
Jerry's
spicy
fish food is the
fondue
best.
or a
What
truckload
does that
of
mean?
green cheese.
Feels like we're just scratching the surface.
Wrong mouse hole.
Mixing show business with politics. Hardly
That's
a
my
recipe for a
advanced
long
GG
life.
link mead. You are W.
Got it for you. Good. But yeah, much obliged, Jack.
Tell me, Corny, why do... Yes. Like, oh, sure, money. But it should be backbone.
Look at it. I love it. I wish it didn't cost me an arm and a leg to import them, though.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, well, I just follow the crumbs, you know?
You felt, but I'll have
They're
chocolate
straight
fudge
to the
fish
water.
food. Wait,
Supposedly
what
that's
is?
where the
Oh,
shoes are
wait,
being
fish
moved.
food is
I
actually.
just have to pin down
What
the
is
exact
it? What is the
spot.
flavor of P.I.?
Well, hey, I might
what
be
is
able to
fish
help
food?
you out with that.
Yeah, Berlin. That sounds grossies. But hey,
Name's Cameron.
if it actually tastes good,
Bozo.
honestly.
Breaks like a jug away, yes, but might have heard something useful. You'll find him skulking around the pub, likely.
Cambozo? Classic.
Cambozo.
Good if you broke, Jack.
Head to Wallop Bay to give them the old walloping. Wait, so do I have multiple main quests? I kind of do. But I might pause our silly game it does to me. Walla Walla Washington. Chocolate salted carrot marshmallow. I don't know. I don't read the tub. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Mushy peas. Grossies. What? Why do you laugh at that, bro?
What?
Oh, that's
Oh,
stay sharp.
All right, sure. Consider it done.
They're fist-shaped chocolate too. All right, we might take a break from this since they're hitting 4 hours, and I'd like to not forget to play a little Scrandle today, guys. We got some Scran, won't ya? Oh, those are all my clues. Guys, we're almost done this game. I feel like one more stream of this and we actually win. Portuguese gold. Yeah, it's fun. Oh wait, that's me. All right, Shia. Have you set up the stream? Looks at my... No. I will. I keep getting distracted. I keep getting distracted and trying to work things. I'll set it up, I promise. I feel bad. All right, shit. What do I gotta boot up? What do I gotta boot up? Scrandle, thank you. It's Scrandle time, guys. I gotta change this to just chatting now. All right. Oh, and I'm gonna make myself smaller. And then we'll do Bandle too. Does it? I'll just put myself in just chatting just because it's not too long. We gotta make myself small and tiny. Blah. All right, guys. How we feeling? Where is it? Is Andy streaming right now? I don't think they are. Hama in VR? Is Andy even streaming? Oh, oh, that's his live channel. No, but I will find a way. Anyways, one or two. You guys got me distracted, guys. One or two. The bun is cool. The bun is kind of cool, actually. Sonoran hot dog. Right. Fire says 1. Use 1, 2, 2. Right. 2. We got more people voting on the 2. Darkus, don't look at who I'm following. I've watched too many people. Bow Bow, hi, Bow Bow. Steak pies with or a hot dog with mustard was added after the photo was taken. Okay, so they added mustard for the hot dog on the right. 1 or 2 mushy peas. No, I haven't yet. These two suck. They kind of do. 2, 2, 1, 1. I think 2 is gonna get it. I don't know. Neither. You guys think 1 is gonna get it? The dog is kind of pie. Peas usually. Well, okay. I'm gonna hit left. Guys, it was the hot dog. Shit, we're off to a shit start. All right. We suck. 1 or 2, egg, bacon, and cheese with an onion burger with a can of VB. I don't know what VB means. Or walking Cheez-It nachos. $8.90 for that? Fuck that shit. 1, guys. Yeah, I see all you ones. It's never P. Ice cream nachos or cheeseburger with onions with chips. 1 or 2. The ice cream looks really good, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. No, I would actually fug this up. I'm gonna be real. I would fug this up. 1, because I hate onions. Fair. W. Just eat the ice cream, mean. Oysters? It depends. Free for fans and players? It hard depends, bro. Chicken and beef burger combined with peri-salted fries? To ice cream checks country. Yeah, American, obviously. Yeah, exactly. I love oysters, but like, it's gotta be prepped nicely with sauces. Bro, famous award-winning Turner's Pies. Wait, haven't you had Turner's Pies? Alex, you've had Turner's Pies before, right? Or am I high? Nuggies? The nuggets, oh my god, the on the right looks like, oh. I would make love to the food on the right. What do you mean? It's no chicken fair, dang. Cheesy chips or Skyline? Why is he holding it like that? You're a nerd. These are so bad, they are. 2, 1, no, holding it in doesn't. No, holding it in doesn't. I have to hold it in, Duskies. It feels like you do. What? It's cheesy chips. You can't. You want 1 over this? Just asking. You want 1 over the Skyline nachos? Real? I'll vote 1. At the no hand? Oh, that's fair. Okay. Guys, the hand won. Guys. Molten cheese. Addie, how are you doing, sweet lovey? It's good to see you. 1 or 2 crab fries? The fries look so good. It has to be the 1. That burger looks like it tried. 26? It's okay, people. Trust me. I'll give my fries trust. Rinse, what up? The pizza slice or the Japanese scran? I put together my new chair and it's a little too big, but it's comfy. You could have a chair that's too big. What does it do that's too big? Do you just like... Do you feel small in it? That can't be, yeah, that's a... It's something, that's for sure. Breakfast. 18 bucks? You're shitting me on $18 on this breakfast here. What? Is that a whole ass tomato? This spelling is probably the same as right before. No, that sounds good. I want to get the RuneScape keycaps on mine. Way more powerful dumpies than me. Oh my god, great commentary as always. Oh, that is pathetic English bread, right? I made like tomato, but too. It looks good, but wait, what's MOA stand for? My Hero Academia? It's 2 guys. Cheeseburger. Oh, that's a massively overtly as. 1 or 2. Oh my god, for $6? Bro, for $6 though, you're getting this shit. My Oreo Academy. Friedland, I love you. Finally, some good fucking food. What would end my life but no regrets? Onions. I want to fuck the onions. I would have put onions up inside of me. W. Yeah, we did it, guys. We did it. We did it. W. W. For $6. We'll see. Guys, check. Now we have Bandle. Guys, no cheating on the Bandle. No cheating on the... No, your vat. How do you know what my vat smells like? Guys, Bandle. Play yesterday's. Let's play yesterday's too. Oh my god. Dude, Bandle's gonna make me lose my goddamn mind. Okay. It's Bandle. So this song was released in 1997, has 140 million views. Very hard. Listen to the drums. Oh, I think I played this one. Takata Death Note Dancing Queen. It's a 1997. Here's the bass. Oh, too bad. I know what it is. I know what it is personally. I know what it is. Do you want me to guess it right? Then guess it. That Don't Impress Me Much by Shania Twain. Shania Twain's my girl. Shania Twain's my girl. Okay, new Bandle though. New Bandle. Lock in for this one. Lock in for this one, guys. 2010. It has to be Justin Bieber. At 1.2 billion views, has to be Justin Bieber. I haven't even listened to it, but easy. I don't know. What is it? Berserker, I love you. You think it's Kesha? These are... No, they're not. They're like MIDI files. Kesha... What's this? There's only one Kesha song and it's TikTok. What do you mean you gotta listen? It's not... Oh, here, listen, Siba, listen. Oh! Bum, 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 bum. All the other kids with the pumped up kiss ever run. I guess up from my gun. All the other kids with the pump, pump. What is it called? It's called Kid? Oh, Pumped Up Kids. W. Easy, guys. Easy. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks. Better run. A W, guys. I'm flattered, but just because you're very sweet and nice and I see you all the time. My favorite band is Queen is a W band. Outrun my buns, all the other kids. Guys, is that it? Does that mean stream's ending? That makes me sad. Does that mean stream ends? We did our daily scrandle. We did our daily bandle. Oh, that's okay. W choice. W. If I end now, I can technically go get food. Randall Frandle. Now is the time to eat? I miss you guys though. I genuinely at all I get scrundled. What does that mean? Is that a good thing or bad thing? Who's live that we could raid? Kagan's already always a W raid. I haven't raided Kagan in a minute, and he's playing Mouse PI. Oh my god, Kagan just met the hot chick. And return after? No, cause I got if I leave now. Wait, Meeps keeps raiding me. I gotta raid Meeps Kitten. Meeps Kitten has been. What is Meeps streaming? Kiln? Guys, what is this game? I got some work to do on the side. Is bro pottery? I would watch Omni Bites, but I don't want to get spoiled. I'm literally playing that game. Joe Cat? Does Joe Cat even know who's Joe? Oh, Joe Cat's that guy. He's streaming. He wouldn't even notice me. Holy, his chat types a lot. Whoa.
Yeah, it's rough. What was I saying? Oh, critiques. Yes, we had critiques in college, critique classes between peers. So you kind of needed to learn how to critique properly, right?
Oh.
Like all feedback, like.
No, I don't know.
It's not necessarily
to fondle with round squishy objects. Fondles you.
Not all feedback is valid.
No, I feel like we don't stream at the same times, Brother Mead.
Right here, I'm drawing this in a very simple style. And that's the style that I wanted to do. A valid critique.
What is it? What are we watching?
I don't know. Like,
Psy?
hey,
oh my god, it is Psy. You're fucking right, dude.
Whoa, more raids! Holy crap, Waffle Bean.
More raids? We'll just shoot more
deep conversations about critique.
Art is neat.
Nature of the internet.
Critique. Yo, I just met this guy. Do you want to meet my new friend, guys? This is my new friend. His name is Inkblitz, I think.
It's coming out very soon.
And he makes outfits in VR chat. I would raid Mead. I promise I would. I would raid Mead. Nobody is safe from a raid from me. You squish him in VR. Is he nice? Oh shit, who do I raid? Okay. Do we raid a new person? Hi, Phoenix Redtail, I love you. Guys, Phoenix is W. Phoenix is W. You gotta check her out. Go to him, Rod. This is my new friend. Check's name written. Red say stuff. I know. I'm such a bad friend. I miss you, Phoenix. It's been a minute. I will find you, Mead. I promise. No one is safe from like a raid from me. I will. Oh, Barky Bites. Barky Bites physically delivered me food once. I didn't even know she was streaming.
Textures.
Oh my god, so many cool people are streaming. Okay, who do we raid? Joe Cat, Inkblitz, or Kagan?
NXT didn't have any animations on it, so this one's actually gonna have animations.
I could raid a new person at the start. Kangaroo's a new person I want to see. Yeah, that's the aisle. You play as dinosaurs and you could get eaten or some shit. Oh my god, W Phoenix. Go live right now, Phoenix. I'll take your vote. I'll take your vote. I crave pony drama. I need. You like, is Path of Titans more? Better, more better? Yeah, W. I was telling people about Breen. Wait, have I raided Breenland before? I don't think I have raided Breenland. What's your usual schedule? What's your usual schedule, Breen? I might hit up Ink. I might hit up Ink Blitz. I usually stream late evening. Oh. You stream on Fridays? Mean, what is that emote? What is that emote? Do you stream Friday, Breen? I work Monday to Friday, so no. But wait, today is Wednesday though. Shouldn't you be streaming? I got a phone call from who?
An organization workflow.
Oh, so you raid. Remind me to raid Breenland on the weekends. Remind me on a weekend day to go say hi to the dearest Breenland. I want to raid my new friend. I wanna raid my new friend.
Yeah, well, I'm not even
Wait, I have an unban request?
Mead Marmalade gifted a tier 1 sub to Breenland. They have given 138 gift subs in the channel.
I'll look at it later. Oh my god, I fucked up my chat. I should have never gone into mod mode. Oh my god, I can't see anything in mod mode. Oh my god. Help me, guys. How do I get out of mod mode?
That too, well.
Right?
It just becomes a spaghetti mess.
Chat. There, I fixed it. Okay, guys, I want to say hi to my new friend if that's okay. If that's okay, guys. Then click the exit button. Oh, I closed everything now. I hope it's okay. Meet my new friend Inkblitz. He's actually kind of chill. He designs clothing in VR chat, and I actually wear one of his outfits, the snake charmer outfit. Bye, Alex. Text me, Alex. ISO, thank you guys so much. New friend spotted. That's the new raid message, right? It sounds like a W name. Snake charmer. I'm pretty. Oh my god, I need a Breenland charm emote where like Breen is coming out of the fucking like vase or whatever and wiggling. Y'all, thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna hang out tomorrow, honestly. It's just gonna be a vibe day, okay? Y'all take care of each other. I love you 2 pieces. Mwah. Obviously follow my socials and everything. You can find them down below. Subscribe to my YouTube, please, because I'm trying to get a little bit more active on there. I love all of your 2 pieces. Taking Hope to VR chat. I always, Breen always comes. If Breen doesn't come, I don't come. Ah! I'm peeking. Bye, everyone. I love you guys so much. I'm so sorry. I'm so...